Okay, so we're asking dumb SEO questions. Each week we answer the questions asked on the SEO Questions community on Google+. With us tonight we have Masataki Wasa, webmaster of wasaweb.net, wasaweb.net in the UK. Masataki is a Google top contributor for the, I've forgotten, the Google Help community. And what's the other one, Masataki?
Adsense.
Adsense. Totally lost it, sorry. Also, Rob Mars is also a top contributor in the Dutch AdWords and web search communities. Rob's an AdWords aficionado in operating in the Netherlands and runs a website, marketbiz.nl, MARKETBIZZ. Rob Wagner is CEO of expressreach.com in the USA. Link builder, blog builder, and how else would I describe it, Rob?
That's good enough.
Okay. Sometimes described as Vladimir Putin's right-hand man, Tim Capper operates or manages the reputations of Russian oligarchs and the rich and not so rich and famous in London. You can still hear me, Tim. Thank you. Tim also runs onlineownership.com. He's a conversion rate optimization specialist and proud to call himself an SEO. All right, our first question tonight comes from, and as always, I'm in the wrong place. This question comes from Dennis Van Leeuwen, who says he has a question which has been bugging him for a week. Or for weeks, he says. When I do a Google search for one of my websites, I always get a site of a partner in the results. But when I check his website, there is no trace to be found on his pages of an instance of my name. I have looked at the code of his website, but it is just not there. Anyone? I see the inimitable Tony McCreath made some comments. He suggested that if your partner's website has links to it with anchor text of your name, it will help that site to rank for your name, which is true. Anybody else? No? Okay. Let's go on to the next. I hope that Dennis Van Leeuwen is happy with Tony McCreath's response. Next we have a question from Tim Quinn regarding domain name extensions. He's saying that if .com is the best for SEO purposes, followed by .net or .org, or so I've heard, is this accurate? He said, I have a niche review site that I'm building, and to get the exact match domain, I would have to get a .org. But if I were to add the word reviews on the end, I can get a .com. However, search volume for the reviews version is much lower. So which should I go for? I should add that, I know, that's already stated in the question. All right, so go ahead, guys. Hello, Alistair. I didn't see you popping in.
I snuck in. I'm like a ninja.
You are a ninja. When the internet says 200, no, when Alistair says 200, oh God, kill me now.
Oh, you've
Okay. All right. So, what answer would we have for Tim Quinn? My personal view is that why not put the reviews on it? You are a review site, for God's sake. So why not put reviews on the end and get the .com? I had this conversation with a client the other day who, by hook or by crook, he wanted this particular set of letters, and he wanted me to register a .net for him, and I said, you have to go somewhere else to do it. True. But anyway, he understood that I was serious then.
Yeah, look, I agree. If he's a review site, he could easily put reviews in it. The only reason I would say not to put review in it is if you wanted to build a brand around the review stuff that he's putting together. But if it's a niche thing, the likelihood that he's going to be able to build a brand around it, I suppose, is probably a bit lower. You know, I think the preference probably would be for a .com in general. Though, you know, you could geo-target a .com, net, org to a geography as well if you needed to, if it was for a particular country and you couldn't get a CCTLD as well. So don't be worried about that either.
Yeah, fair enough. Anybody else? Come on, don't just talk over the top of each other all the time. Okay, our next question, and we've got a lot tonight. I think there's about 49 different questions and 6 news items to cover. I think it'll just be Rob Wagner and I by the end of it. Anaf Tamid asks, can anyone tell me how to submit my infographic, or what is the procedure for getting approval submission? He goes on to say, I have submitted my infographic to free infographic submission sites, but not a single one has been approved. Anybody?
Dave Elliott answered this thread in the Google Plus community, and he states, every site will have its own policy. I'm afraid there isn't a catch-all answer for this, and I think that's, you know, that's as good an answer as you can get.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's also true to say that unless you're infographic, I mean, you know, I mean, people don't wake up in the morning thinking that they must seek out another infographic. Unless your infographics are exceptional, you know, they're really not going to get placement. They're a good thing for gaining links if they're good and they're topical, and you know, if it's a hot button issue. But in general terms, the web is awash with infographics. Would that be a fair comment?
Yeah, 100%. If he's publishing his infographic on a topic that in the content he's not publishing, or the industry he's publishing it for is completely empty, then he might stand a chance of getting a okay, mediocre infographic published, potentially, maybe. If he's publishing it into an industry or category of infographic space that is well published, he needs to match or outpace the other infographics in the category, or the likelihood is that the approval process for each of the websites will deny it because it's not as good as the bar is above his quality, or the content that he's submitting inside his infographic, they've already got on 30 other infographics. So what's the point? You know, so he needs to do something different and unique. He could present it in a new visual style, go and hire a graphic artist to put together, you know, some new unique visual way that separates his infographic from the pack, as opposed to going to a free infographic generator website, smashing in some numbers and popping out a ho-hum infographic, as an example. I'm sure he hasn't done that, but just as an example, that won't fly.
Yeah. All right. right, Arnef, Tamid, I hope that's an acceptable answer for you. Abby Achterberg asks, in terms of keyword research and selection, how does geography fit in for a local non-e-commerce business? She said, is there a certain percentage of keywords that should incorporate the city/state name, or is it more dependent on a case-by-case basis? Really, this is a specialist answer for Tim Capper, but I think he's dealing with a surveyor at his house at the moment.
My approach to this in general would be go and do some keyword research around it. I know that sounds like a ridiculous answer for a keyword research question, but ironically, in this instance, it'll have a lot of answers for you. Look at the query volume around in your country, for instance, or in the geography that you're targeting. Look at the prevalence of descriptors like state names or city names that are attached to your query in terms of the query volume versus the base phrase to understand how important it is. If it's really prevalent because people scope their queries with geo modifiers, then you obviously need to carry that sort of copy on your website. Truth be told, I would carry it regardless, because if you're a plumber, for instance, Google needs a way to know that you're a plumber for city X or suburb Y. They've got a variety of reasons or ways that they're going to determine that, but leaving out of your website clear descriptors like city names or suburb names or states just seems silly. Why would you do that if you could provide more relevance to Google to help them better understand your website, your product selection, or your company? Why would you ever shy away from doing a better job and providing Google more detail?
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Anybody else? Okay, Abby, I hope that covers it, because I'm not very strong on local. Brianna Young says, this is long, sorry, but it's a question I promise. I guess that means I won't read it all. Oh, it's not that big. Brianna asks or says, my company has a real estate website. We have a special terms acceptance page that is used when a visitor wants to view a certain property, a certain type of property listing on our website. We haven't had any of those types of properties on our website in about 2 months. Our traffic has increased because of an influx of high-end properties, which is normal for us. However, the terms acceptance page is our most visited page, which makes no sense from an access standpoint. It can only be accessed via a property of a certain type, of which there are none, and haven't been any for a while. The page is disallowed in robots text, and I can't find it in search engines when I do my own searches. Most visitors are direct and organic. The referral page for a huge majority of the businesses is not set. The next page path and the destination page are the same page. Do you have any ideas of how people are landing on this page and why it's the most visited? I feel silly for not understanding what's going on. Thank you. Well, Brianna, don't feel silly for not understanding what's going on. I've been doing it for 60 years. Well, you go on, Alistair.
I would say that I guess one of two things is happening. Either it's legitimately getting a lot of traffic, which kind of makes no sense. The likelihood that people are searching for phrases that would trigger a terms and conditions page is pretty slim, I would think. It's possible that there's some sort of a strange redirect happening where people are landing into these high-end properties and they might be getting redirected into the terms and conditions page for them to accept it, and for some reason it's having to refresh or something like that, which is causing strange things to happen. It could also be a tagging issue where a certain page isn't tagged inside your site or is incorrectly tagged, and Google Analytics is firing the wrong tracking code is firing on certain URLs. For instance, if you were to customize the track page view function in Google Analytics in the tagging code, and you were on the home page of your site, and you'd customize the tracking code and passed a value to track page view, you could make your home page, every page view for your home page, register in Google Analytics as brianna.htm if you wanted, and it would completely mess with your analytics. So if you've done any customizations of that code, potentially on an acceptance page or a thank you page, or I agree to the terms and the page reloads and maybe the tracking code gets changed for some reason, I would have a look for those sorts of things too.
Cool. I can perhaps add something to this. Years and years ago, maybe 10 years ago, we implemented a privacy policy on the ShopSafe websites, and part of that page we suggested a sample privacy policy for people to use. Somehow that got picked up, and that sample privacy policy is a highly visited page for us, or at least it used to be, until we started getting knocked out of the sky with negative SEO. But that's also a possibility, that this is a terms of acceptance document. People may not necessarily be interested in the document as it relates to your site, but they may be wanting to copy it for their own use, and that you'll probably find, if you search for strings of text on that terms of acceptance document, you'll probably find that Googlebot is ferreted out, no matter how deep it is within your site, and it's ranking in a search result, probably for the words terms of acceptance, or something like that.
The other thing you could have a look at, I suppose, is if people are genuinely coming to that page from organic, then there'll be a keyword field obviously attached to that URL. So if you go into your top landing pages report in Google Analytics, and then drill into the page and add a secondary dimension to keyword, it'll show you all of the keywords that landing page is ranking for. That might shed some insight into some of the phrases that might be triggering that to rank that you might not have thought of. You could also do the same thing through Google Webmaster Tools as well, and have a look at the kinds of keywords that page is getting impressions for and or clicks. Keeping in mind, I suppose, that 75% of the keywords that are coming into your website are obscured because of the not provided keyword. But Webmaster Tools will give you a little bit more insight into that, potentially.
Mm-hmm. That was an interesting thing that somebody said at SMX yesterday, wasn't it, Alistair, about Google working on some means of providing more of the not provided keywords?
Yeah. I called that when they first announced it. It was always going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So it's such an integral part of internet marketing, and being able to tie together, online revenue and the commerce aspect of business, that I couldn't imagine that they were going to withhold that indefinitely. granted that they might have, that they are going to stop you being able to target those users, but they were always going to allow the flow of data. I actually have a blog post I think I started writing about this about 6 months ago that I never published. It's probably in draft still. Maybe I should press publish on it.
Yeah. It's always a good thing. I mean, if you're going to write it, someone might as well read it.
Good. That's good advice, Jim.
Maybe start off with a blank page. Just as soon as you start, just press publish and put the blank page there, and add to it. Googlebot will love you for increasing your content.
Yes, bit by bit. Good, excellent.
I'm full of it. Brianna, I hope that is a good answer for your question. I see later in the conversation on the SEO Questions community on Google Plus, you said that you just wanted to make sure that the traffic to this page isn't traffic that could be converted to a sale. I don't think that once you investigate it with Alistair's good advice, I don't think you'll find that. Anyway, next is from Sean Cohen. How much data do we need to confirm that a new site design isn't going to convert well? Uh-oh. A client launched a new design recently and the conversion rate has tanked. I wasn't a fan of the new design, but that's another story. Question. How much data do we need to confirm that the new site design isn't going to convert well and that we should start A/B testing various other layouts? By the way, they won't A/B test unless we have data showing that it's absolutely necessary. Thanks for your help. This is a question tailor-made for Alistair Lattimore.
Well, the more data you've got, the better, but you could probably start making judgment calls on this once you've put a few hundred visitors into the funnel of your website. So, is it an e-commerce site? Launch a new design? No, so it could be any type of site. Probably once you've got a few hundred visitors attempting to complete whatever your goals are that you've got on your website, you should be able to start getting a sense for what impact that's going to have. A good way to have a look at this is to have a look at the conversion rate of new visitors to your website compared to potentially returning visitors, and have a look at the difference in conversion rate before and after the changeover for the new design, because new visitors obviously don't have a preconceived expectation about how your site works, functions, etc. So that would be an easy way to have a look at that. But if you've got a reasonable amount of traffic coming to your site, probably a couple of weeks would be sufficient. Make sure you take into account any seasonal things. If you've got a very bursty business where it changes from week to week or month to month based on seasonality, if it was a travel business, for instance, or something like that, make sure you have a look at the traffic volumes the week before, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, do a rolling 4-week average of traffic, I don't know, things of that nature to try and smooth out the impacts of more traffic or less traffic in terms of total conversions versus conversion rate. But hundreds of visitors usually through a funnel would be sufficient. If you've got 1,000, do 1,000.
Yeah. One question or one statement made in that was that the client doesn't want to A/B test. Would you say that was crazy, Alistair?
Oh, it's insane. It's easier to increase your conversion rate by 20% than increase your traffic by 20%. Or think of it another way.
Yeah.
What if you could get 20% more money for every click on AdWords that you pay for? Like, it makes no sense to not be doing conversion rate testing. None. Absolutely none. particularly if you've got a relatively simple website. There's so many tools available now, like Optimizely or Visual Website Optimizer or the Google Analytics Content Experiments or Unbounce. You know, there's a litany of great, easy to use, very cheap A/B testing software, and many of them even support doing multivariant testing. There's just no reason.
Yeah, that's good advice. Okay, Sean Cohen, I hope that's enough for you. Next, we have a question from Sandra Sinclair. She asks, what's the best way to write an updated post and then link to the old post for the best SEO juice? I hate that word juice. Sandra says, team, I hope you're all having a great day so far. We are, thank you. Quick question, please give me your input and why/why not/how, etc. Client has a blog with content. Client now wants to remove that content because they want to rewrite/update these posts. From what I've been told, you shouldn't remove old content. Here is the question. I thought we'd get there. What's the best way to write an updated post and then link to the old post for the best SEO juice? I should insist on not having to say that word. She said, I hope it makes sense. Thanks, Sandra.
This is a good question. So there's a couple ways to do this. One way, this will depend a little bit on what the URL is of the original post. If the original post doesn't have a date in the URL, and its previous post has also been linked to quite a bit, for instance, one popular tactic to use for this is to actually grab the content on your existing post, put it on a new page, and then put your new content, the new updated version that's more accurate, up-to-date, you know, matches market trends or research, etc., and put that content onto your old URL. So in effect, you've gone and edited your existing URL with all of this fresh content that's all new and awesome, and you've put, if you think it warrants it, you could publish a new article or a new URL with your old article on it, and you might choose to date that article as Industry Research 2013. And then next year when you update the article again, if it warrants it, you take the copy from that you published this year and you produce a new page called Industry Research 2014, and then you whack the new 2015 content back onto that same Industry Research URL that doesn't have a year in it, as an example. That's one way of doing it. If you don't want to do that because you don't think it warrants it, then I would probably publish the new post and then link between each post to each post. So from the new post to the old and from the old to the new, because what you'll find is people will probably come into your old post from search, and you want to kind of have a banner or something, you know, like a notice at the top saying, hey, we've got new, fresh, up-to-date versions of this content, click here to read the 2014 version. And you know, you might link back to from the new article, you might link back to the old one as well. And just, you know, as a, you know, we covered this research in 2013, link, and away you go.
Cool. Anybody else? All right. So that's a brilliant answer, Alistair. Sandra, I hope you are happy with it. Okay. Our next is from Niraj Kumar, and he's asked us a lot of questions over the last few weeks. He asks an SEO question about an infographic. He goes on to ask, is using general key phrases like Hindi poem, article, SEO question, hey, hang on, SEO question is ours. SEO question, machine, infographics, actor, etc. in the URL and title of pages are good practice of SEO. For example, I see that the infographics post pages have generally the URL as website/infographics-title. I'm not exactly sure what Niraj is asking there, but I'm sure you guys will.
I think he's asking, should you include keywords into the article or into the URL of an infographic? Sure, why not? It's certainly not going to hurt. If the keywords that you include into the title of the URL for the infographic, just make sure they're relevant to the infographic. You obviously don't want to include Hindi poem, for instance, into the infographic URL if the article is to do with plumbers or the infographics to do with plumbers. It makes no sense. But if by all means include relevant keywords into the infographic URL. Why not? It's no different to any other piece of content as far as Google's concerned.
Cool. Anybody else? All right, Niraj, I hope that is what you're looking for. The inimitable Tony McCreath, web guru from Adelaide, has a question. He says, should I quote my hourly rate and demand payment up front? He goes on to say, I'm starting to get more direct requests from people wanting me to help them out by doing the work for them. I personally like helping out for free in public forums like Dumb SEO Questions, but I don't feel I should do that when it's a private/personal request. How do you guys deal with it? Should I quote my hourly rate and demand payment up front?
For me, this is subject to how much effort this is going to typically take. If I can give a one-line, or a brief paragraph of information and help someone, I'll probably do it. If they're asking me for anything more than that, or I think that it takes more time, more detail, or they're asking for a lot more information, I typically wouldn't have the time to do it anyway, but I don't think that I would. A couple of years ago, I did a bunch of website audits for mates, or I shouldn't say mates, acquaintances online that I've known for a while for free, but they take too long. Like putting together a 30-page document, auditing a website, takes a lot of time. And I'm not expecting that this is what Tony's talking about, but your time's valuable like anything else. Why do it for free? You could find a paying customer that you could be spending your time on and pay your bills. You're a business like anyone else is. So it's subject to how willing you are to do it for free.
Mm-hmm. By the way, how did nuts.com turn out?
Nuts.com is soaring.
All due to your good work, I'm guessing.
I don't know, it's entirely mine, but I certainly helped write some bizarre issues.
Yeah.
I was actually, I'll have to send them an email again to see how things are tracking. I haven't dropped him an email for 6 months or so to see how things are going now. He was going from strength to strength. He'd recovered from all of these strange, weird traffic losses that they'd had when they cut over. They had huge amounts of duplicate content and all of these strange indexing problems and crawling issues, and we managed to get all those sorted out. And it was really interesting, mostly because the bloke that did the SEO work for them, he did a great job. I think he writes on Search Engine Land or somewhere like that, and he did a great job. There were very few things that I would have faulted with his work, and despite that, they still got dinged, which I suppose goes to show that when you've got a big website, even subtle things can get you unstuck.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, Tony. I see Tony. He's putting together a pro forma email to say that please only contact me if you have an SEO budget in excess of 10K a month. Okay. All right. We've got a question posted by me. As you know, we get a lot of attempted posts on the SEO Questions community, and this was one of them. It was from a site called badseo.com. Somebody suggested that it's a hoax site, but I doubt that because it's the pricing that they're offering is equivalent to negative SEO services available on SEOclarks.com or any other similar site. Anyway, this is what I said. I said, why hide stuff, like this? Why hide away or push under the carpet negative SEO? I think everybody should hear what's going on. Google has condoned negative SEO for years, and if their past inaction is any guide, they will continue to ignore it until they regard it as a problem. I think Google might have to do the right thing if this fiasco is allowed to proceed to its logical conclusion. Because at that point, when things become absolutely hopeless, it'll become Google's problem and not just ours. Negative SEO is possible because Google introduced upper limit thresholds. And worse than that, Google accepts that every algorithm update damages a percentage of innocent and blameless sites. It's built into their system. There is no level playing field. We're entitled to expect a level playing field. This whole negative SEO thing is wrong, and it's up to Google to fix it. Only Google can fix it because they made it. Google created it, and they're the only people that can fix it. Anyway, that's my hand waving for the night. Anyone else have any comments? I imagine Rob Wagner would have a comment on negative SEO. No?
Well, I think there's probably two parts to this, though. Does negative SEO exist? The answer to that is yes, and for a fair while now, Google have acknowledged that it does exist, though have stated that, in their opinion, it's quite difficult to actually make that happen. But they have acknowledged that it is possible. It's just they feel that it's the number of people that are hit, that claim that they've been hit because of negative SEO, when they do the analysis, they're not hit because of negative SEO at all. They're hit for a raft of other reasons, as an example. So I think that's one part of it. The other part of it is doing algorithm updates, level playing fields, etc., etc. We've got no expectation or right to expect that there should be a level playing field. It's Google's sandbox, and they can do what the hell they want with it. If you don't like it, go and get your business from Bing. And guess what? If you go to Bing and do it, they change their algorithms too. And with every change, there's a winner and there's a loser. They're not necessarily seeking out to penalize innocent websites necessarily, but they are trying to surface the best websites. And invariably, if they change the ranking order of the search results for a given query, someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. That's just the nature of having a list. So I don't know that it's fair to think that there should be a level playing field in the context that it should actually be level. What should be happening is business owners should be recognizing that the internet's really important, it could potentially make them a lot of money for their business if they do it correctly, and should be investing in making the best small business website, for instance, that they can. At which point they're not going to fall victim to these edge case algorithm updates, because the quality of their website will be high enough that they're never going to be on the edge of an update. They'll always be 5 or 10 steps in front of it, because the quality, their quality of their website is never being drawn into question because of the algorithm changes. You know, and I suppose you're talking about people, the innocent people that are getting hit here are people whose websites are fringe cases, as Google would see it, on the edge between good and bad, you know, and they're teetering potentially on flopping over on one side of the line or flopping over onto the good side of the line. Google make a small tweak to an algorithm, and then suddenly they flop onto the other side of the line. Well, don't walk so close to the line, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, fair. Look, I take your point, Alistair, and you know, I'm not arguing with any of it, but I think in the case of negative SEO, I mean, anybody who ends up on a, you know, page one, on page one in position 1, 2, or 3 is a target for negative SEO if their website is there. If there's a commercial value attached to it, there's a reason for somebody to use negative SEO. And negative SEO is just so easy to do. Just point a lot of bad links to a site, and you can knock them down. Also knock them down by pointing paid, you know, traffic to a site like click farms and so on. Link to them with, you know, sites like porn and gambling and drugs, and that'll knock a site down. I mean, there was this interesting case this week. There was an article published on Moz from a guy who's head of SEO at a firm called Yellowhead. And he was referring to a website known as ginger.com. Now, they got blasted out of the sky at Christmas time and returned to ranking a month later. They were hit with you know, negative SEO links. Google penalised them for nearly 100% of their traffic for a month, and at the end of that month returned them 80% of what they had, and they were absolutely blameless. These were links generated by others. Now, what is the cost of that to a website that, you know, it's just, the costs are just enormous, and they've done nothing wrong. Simply that Google's algorithms pick up these bad links, and in this case, the bad links were also linking to sites that were, you know, porn, gambling, and drugs. You know, it's look. I don't have a problem with Google changing algorithms. And yeah, go on, Tim.
According to Matt and some video posted last week, according to Matt Cutts, they check your links. They go through them. They look at them and they weigh things up and they analyze them, and yeah, freaking right they do. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Jim. I mean, it just frustrates me how, you know, something which is so blatantly obvious sometimes, you know, and people get absolutely slapped when it's completely obvious. If a human, which Matt says happens, if a human had to actually look at these things, would realize that this is negative SEO. But according to Google, negative SEO does not exist.
Well, no, they don't say that it doesn't exist. They say that it does.
They say it is very, very unlikely to happen because we spot it. Yeah, but what about all the cases that you see? You know.
I'm not disputing that it exists, and now these days, you know, like historically I think they've had a stance where they've said negative SEO doesn't exist, but in more recent time they've said it does. It's just we feel that it's very difficult to actually execute it, and that our algorithms do in their opinion, a very good job of detecting that and ignoring it, right?
But the thing
that's the point, because there's people that can show that what they feel is them being penalised because of negative SEO.
Yeah.
But historically, when this has happened, and Google have sort of made rebuttal points against that, they've said in the vast majority of sites that think they've been hit by negative SEO, they've been actually penalised for something entirely different.
Well, what are they penalized for?
Sorry?
What are they penalized for?
I don't know, but those are the comments I think that Google
So
have made.
they were penalized, right?
But not necessarily for negative SEO.
Okay, so if you get penalized, if you're doing SEO and it has a negative impact on your site, what would you call that?
Hang on. So we're talking about a very specific thing here, which is a third party attacking a website with low quality tactics with an expectation that they're going to get this website knocked down in the rankings.
Right, and that would require a third party to take action. So I think, well, can you hear me?
Yep.
So from my perspective, it requires, if negative SEO is defined as always involving a third party, if that's the definition, then that requires a third party. So when Google says negative SEO doesn't really happen that often, what are they actually talking about? It doesn't happen that often because, for why does it not happen? Is it because there's just not that many third parties out there doing negative SEO? I would venture to say that that's the case. The reason why you don't see more edge cases is because people just, generally speaking, people don't attack other websites.
No, that's right.
So for a website, for somebody to sit at their desk and assume that negative SEO isn't going to happen to them because it's a rarity, you're really, what you're saying is I'm assuming it's not going to happen because I don't think anybody out there is going to make an attack on me. And that's not really a good position to be in, because it really isn't about negative SEO. What it's all, and I think we get distracted with negative SEO. And that's what's frustrating to me. It's not about negative SEO, and it's not about SEO at all. It's about the difference between not counting something and penalizing a site. There's a huge difference between saying, okay, we're not going to count this stuff for you, and we're not going to count it against you, and saying we're going to count it against you. Because now you're put in a position where if you happen to make a mistake, if your third party, if negative SEO involves a third party, and you actually hired that third party, or you didn't hire that third party, doesn't really matter. What matters is the gap between not counting something and the penalty. So if you're running a business, the one thing about business is you want stability. That's what every business wants. They don't want the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They want stability. That way they can hire people, they can grow their business. But when you have uncertainty, that creates issues for a business. And because of the penalty aspect of it, it creates fear. And that's why people, you know, if you're going to invest a lot of money and you're counting on your Google rankings to make that money back, that may not be the best business model right now, because it is an unstable environment. And whether you hire the third party or whether you don't even know who the third party is, or it could even be an accident, not done on purpose, but done because you happen to rank for a particular keyword, it can cause you problems, and that's not a good position to be in. But you know, in that particular article that you were citing, Jim, It was an SEO tactic that people use, and it was based on, hey, I'm going to put really strong links into a crappy article and include my link to my site. So, you know, somebody went out, picked the top ranking sites, Wikipedia, dictionary.com, whatever, and that particular site was ranking, but because they threw those links into these articles that they spun and put out on the internet, it caused problems for them. Eventually, it caused problems for them. It wasn't an attack. It wasn't a negative attack on that particular website. It was just the way some people do their linking. So that's my opinion.
Look, nobody's denying that it's a fractious world. Nobody cares. I mean, it's fine for websites to rise and fall, but this is different. This is about a site which hasn't done anything wrong being able to be blown out of the sky for you know, by a malicious competitor. It's easily done because Google has upper limit thresholds, and the other thing is that even when Google realizes its mistake, they only give back 80% of the traffic. They don't give it all back. So, you know, how often does a good site need to be hit and penalised and get their 80% back? That what, next time they get 80% of the 80% they had, I'm sure someone here in this panel could write an algorithm for working out how many times they need to be hit before they're completely worthless. You know.
Well, I mean, to be fair there, if you get hit with negative SEO, whether it's you're doing or a third party that attacked you, you better learn your lesson and start monitoring your links. I mean, if you're not monitoring your link graph, you're in trouble, I think. You're just setting yourself up for possibilities of having some issues. Correct? So if you get hit by, you know, in that article, he mentions that, hey, we are now monitoring these backlinks and we are proactively contacting websites to ask for removal, and we're constantly updating our disavow file so we can try to protect ourselves. So this is something that is relatively new, that's happened in the last year and a half, 2 years, that this is part of SEO, is to monitor your backlinks, keep a file of disavowed, and contact websites and ask them to remove the links. It's just a new part of SEO that really is new.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's always going to be mechanisms to manipulate. You know, while Google's got the ability in their system that essentially a site could rank and then ultimately be penalised for violations of their guidelines, that implicitly implies that if you can push hard enough in one direction, you can get a site penalised. I think that the threshold for getting a site penalised probably varies based on the size and authority of the site. You know, for instance, the amount of effort it might take to penalise the New York Times is going to be a lot more than Jim's Plumbing in some little tiny country town. But I just can't see a way for Google to get around it. I mean, the alternative is...
And then again, you don't even need for... you know, just being honest with Google, they'll slap you anyway. And I'll give you the prime example. I took on a site, I don't know, 2 years ago. When the webmaster tools, it didn't have webmaster tools, I put webmaster tools onto it. When I had a look at it, there were some not so great links on it. They had previously purchased it. Purchased the domain, as you know, on the secondary market. Anyway, so in my stupidity, I sent off a letter to via Webmaster Tools, saying we've just taken on the site and this has just been taken on. There seems to be some not so great links pointing to the site. This was bought on the secondary market. This is a completely new owner. This is the previous who is. This is the who is now. And over the next couple of months, rest assured, we'll be correcting this and sorting everything out and requesting. But as you know, that this is not the same people, and it's within 2 weeks. 2 weeks, site gets a penalty.
Was it a manual penalty?
Yes, because I freaking went and told him. Never again will I talk to Google webmasters. Ever. Forget it. They can come and find out themselves. I'm not, do you know what I mean? ever again, because they're just untrustworthy.
Mazataki has a question, and it says, he says, the question is whether you can induce a penguin penalty on a competitor's site by negative SEO. And the answer, for me, it's really simple. If you can do it to your own site, you can do it to a competitor. If it involves links, it's really, really just a matter of using some critical thinking and say, okay, would I do this to my site? So if you're making judgments, hey, I'm not going to buy 20,000 blog comments. That doesn't make any sense because I could get a penalty. If you walk through your world and say to yourself, I'm not going to get a penalty on my site. My site is trustworthy. My site is good. I'm not going to get a penalty. Then you're really living under false pretenses, because if you do walk through your world and say, I'm not going to create that kind of link to my website, I'm not going to do this kind of I'm not going to take this kind of approach because it could possibly give me a penguin penalty. If you're thinking that way, then of course you can induce that penalty on any website. And Alistair's right. There's some websites out there that are very strong that you could work your butt off trying to negative SEO it, and you're never going to affect that website. But really, how many websites are out there like that? Maybe the Wall Street Journal, maybe a government website is going to be difficult to bring down. But there's a lot of sites out there that are just not that difficult, like Joe's Plumbing. And it's really a question of, is Joe's Plumbing, who puts a website up and kind of like goes about his day, is Joe going to sit down and monitor his backlinks? Probably not. So he's right to be taken out. So that to me doesn't. I mean, even good, strong, solid websites, you would think, looking at them, you would think, hey, it probably isn't going to be taken out. Most sites aren't like that. You're not dealing with moz.com in most cases, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just a question of based on the site, is how how in depth someone would need to perform a negative SEO campaign, depending on the site. If it was Expedia, expect to be doing it for the next 10 years. If it was a mom and pop site down the road, a couple of months potentially. It all depends on the site that's being targeted. But then in the real world, would somebody really want to? I mean, we've talked about it before. It's the effort that needs to go into it, the time, the money. It's just crazy.
Well, think about it this way. One way you can look at it is, what's your competitive market space look like? if I see some keyword terms that when you look at the first page, there's a lot of solid websites on that coming back in the results. And really, is it worthwhile you trying to do a negative attack on that? Probably not. But if you're ranked number 8 for a relatively and the people who are ranking above you are relatively weak, you would have to look at that and say, okay, well, what are my options here? I can, spend $10 a month per site and negative attack the 6 or 7 that are ranking above me, and that's relatively cheap. Or I can spend on who knows how much time and effort trying to develop great content, trying to develop a social media presence, trying to get that to go from like rank number 7 or 8 to rank number 4 or 5. When you look at that as a business decision at that point and say, you know what, I spend a half hour online, I pay $70 and possibly get those sites kicked out. Well, what are you going to do from a business standpoint?
Well, the only thing for them to do, I suppose, is to ultimately defend against it.
Right. So basically, it's defending against a possible negative SEO attack, and it doesn't have to be blatant. It could be just, relatively just by the being online will create links to your website from all kinds of different places, just by being online. And if you fall into that classifier at some point, it could cause you problems. So we should probably move on. But I think you should. I think monitoring your backlinks is something that's going to be an integral part of SEO in the future, more and more so, as long as Google has this kind of policy.
Well, they've got to take more care, and particular. Look, I think if they just did one thing, and that is when they give back. I mean, they've got a policy of gradually decreasing a site with the more penalties that they're given, and they're only giving back 80% of the traffic that they formerly had. Even if they just change that policy, or maybe if they just got a brain with some ethics in it. I often wonder what would have happened if Amit Singhal, if his father had done a good job and instilled some moral values into him, I wonder what a different world we'd live in. That's the thing. I mean, there are just no ethics to Google. It's just mind over matter. They don't mind, and we don't matter.
Interestingly, we've had the 25th anniversary of the web this week. Anyway, the inventor of the web, who is British, actually, just pointing that out, just to clarify, for our American friends who seem to think that everything was created by the Americans. Anyway, silence from Rob. Anyway.
Hey, I'm going to jump in when I disagree.
Anyway, what he did say is he is actually calling for some kind of I don't even know what the bloody name is now. I've lost it. He's calling for a framework to be put in place, or a Magna Carta. Perfect. He's calling for a framework to be put in place because he sees the increasing misuse of organizations. I wonder who those could be. Anyway.
Okay, well, look, I think we should move on now with your agreement, guys, because we've covered 10 questions and we've got 49 to go. No, sorry, 39 to go. We've got 49 in total. So if you don't mind, should we move on?
Yep, go.
Okay. Next is from Parmveer Singh Sandhu, who asks or says, I have a strange issue with my keyword rankings, and I would appreciate it if an SEO expert would help me. He's come to the right place. Parmveer says, I have a strange, sorry, I've already said that. Earlier, the pages for my site were ranking well, almost on top. But now it's appearing like that there is some problem with my site and the effect of Google's algorithms. And he quotes a site for a Google keyword rank checker tool. It's moonsy.com/Google-keyword-rank-checker tool. And the problem that he's experiencing is that for keyword A, page B is ranking. For keyword B, page C is ranking. And his website is quibusttrainings.com, Quibustrinings. And he said, why is this happening? Can anyone help me? And it's happening with all of his keywords. I did have a look at this site, and I found that the menu bar, the green menu bar, if you happen to be looking at it, guys, the green menu bar was almost completely broken, and that would be sending strange signals to Googlebot. Only about half of the links actually function, the rest are fails. Anybody else? I'll get the link for you guys. 1 sec.
What I'm unsure about is what page he expects to rank.
Well, that's another thing. I mean, it's a highly competitive space, and I did check a few strings of text, and he was running about 20 for those. But you know, all of the pages above him were you know, well optimized for the term.
One thing that's interesting,
I mean, if you're going to,
is that phrase returns the in the search results, it returns a broken title into the search results. So I see in the search results Dreamweaver-training-institute-in Jaipur space hyphen, and then I think the actual title, or no, the heading for the page probably, and not the H, you know, what the title tag of the page.
can you guys have a look at this site and give us a little bit of feedback on it? There's a link in the chat there. The one thing that stands out to me, I mean, it's such a highly competitive field. You're talking about SEO training, so you're competing against every other SEO, and that's what these people are doing for a living. You've got to have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed if you're going to be doing that. Okay, let's move on.
We need more information.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, so he's talking about his site and how to improve this. Yeah. Was that the crux of it? Sorry, well, okay.
Well,
so if
he's sorry to interrupt, Tim, I'll hand back to you straight away. But no, he's finding it odd behaviour. He saw a pattern of keyword rankings, or had a pattern of keyword rankings prior to this that made sense, but now they don't make sense. In other words, the page which he's aiming for a particular keyword on, say keyword A, is showing a different page in the search results. None of the pages are ranking highly. It's just that keyword A is bringing up page B. Keyword B is bringing up page C. I've got a feeling it's got something to do with his menu.
Right.
Yeah, it's not right. So he's got a page on his site about internet marketing course. So his URL, the URL you'd expect to rank for this is internet marketing course in Jaipur. But the page that ranked for me first was Dreamweaver Training Institute in Jaipur. So something's definitely not right there, because the title tag on the page that ranked for me matches. It's Best Dreamweaver Training Institute, so it's not even an internet marketing one. When you go to the internet marketing one, the title tag is Best Internet Marketing Course in Jaipur. So I would say something's not right.
Palmview may have redirects set up on that site, and in some way it's confusing Googlebot too. Well, look, how about this for an answer to Palmview? Correct the issues on the green menu bar, and if you're still finding issues after that, to come back to us.
And be more specific.
Yeah. And be more specific. Okay, Palmview, I hope that satisfies you.
Yeah. Also on his internal pages, he needs to shift that that hover. It's to shift it. It kind of, I mean, just from an aesthetics, it seems on your navigation bars, it seems, I don't know, it just seems to be playing into it. Your social media hover bar, I think it needs to be either shifted down across, or move your contact us down on the page so that your social media bar can fit, or chuck it on the other side. But yeah, something is definitely mixing the signals.
Okay. All right, Palmview, I hope that satisfies you. We're looking forward to hearing your or reading your next question on the Dumb SEO Questions community on Google+. Ty Buey asks, would I still use the canonical tag for child posts? Ty goes on to say, hi guys, I am building a site where users can edit each other's posts. I know that you can use the canonical tag to tell the crawler the preferred page. And so would I still use the canonical page for these child posts? The reason I ask is that even though the child post is a direct copy of the original one, it's slightly different because it has been edited. Therefore, it's unique. It sounds like a recipe for a broken heart to me. It's bound to end in tears. Does anyone want to give Ty Buey the bad news?
So this is a wiki style problem, right? Where people can edit the page and produce several hundreds, potentially versions of the same base article. While you're true that each of those versions is unique, you wouldn't want to have each of those indexed. Imagine Wikipedia, if Wikipedia allowed all of the versions of the Wikipedia articles to be indexed. It would be a train wreck. So you should canonical all of the sub-versions back to its main version. Or when people edit the article, edit it in place and then take the existing one and put it onto a new URL, and either no index the previous versions of that URL with a meta no index tag, or simply canonical that back to the base URL, which probably would be the preferred option.
Cool, Alistair, perfect. I don't think we can do better than that. Anybody else? All right, let's move on to the next one, and it's from Combirai Masanganais. Can anyone assist me with a reliable free site where I can check and gather information regarding my backlinks and how to improve my link building skills? I need to check what's wrong with my current backlinks and whether or not they are indexed. On the Dumb SEO Questions community on Google+, a number of answerers. Tony McCreath said if it's your own website, then Google Webmaster Tools has the best free data. Not a great interface though. Rotimi Oramaloy said Screaming Frog SEO Spider. Tony disagreed. Yeah, that's about all that was put there. Oh, Tony McCreath came in and said Open Site Explorer for Moz, Majestic SEO paid. Of course, Majestic SEO is free if you allow them to crawl your own. They're free for your own sites, providing you allow Majestic to crawl them. Ahrefs, I think, is paid no matter which way you go, and Bing Webmaster Tools are free.
So the new kid on the block that's not mentioned here that at the moment is free and provides very deep links is Open Web Profiler. OpenLinkProfiler.org.
Okay, and the other one too, which is new and still free, webmeup.com.
Yep.
All right. Well, Kumbare, I hope that's a good answer for you. If not, please ask it again on the SEO Questions community on Google+. Here's one from Jose Valadez, who asks, will adding the publish date to my site's article URLs have an effect on SEO?
Publish date to myself. Not really. I don't think that it changes its ranking. If you publish the URL on the page, though, and Google can detect it, they'll include the date in the SERPs normally, if they can reliably detect what date you published the article on, which, depending on the content on your website, could actually lower click-through rate. So if you've got a great article that you wrote 3 years ago, and someone sees that the author date for that article is 3 years ago, despite the fact that it ranks well, people might think that it's irrelevant or less relevant because the published date's 3 years old, and they might go looking for a newer version of that article.
Cool. Hi, Mark Trepagan.
Hello, hello.
Did I pronounce that right?
Close enough.
Cool.
Closer than most, so we'll accept it.
Trepagan?
Okay.
The accent's actually in the first syllable, Trepagan.
Trepagan.
Got it.
Bingo.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got a question to ask, Mark, but first of all, we'll cover the next one, and I'll get back to that. Here's one from Ivalo Milenkov, who says, I'd like to ask you a question about local optimization and Google Places. We are doing SEO for a local cleaning company. Their Google Plus account is set up as a local business and is connected to their website. Now they are opening a new office in another area, and we're going to build another website for that area. So my question is, what should we do? Shall we open a new local Google Plus account, or should it be a Google Plus brand account in order to build brand awareness? Which one is better? And please consider that they are planning to have more local websites in the future. And finally, something which is very important, what about the phone number? We use the same phone numbers from the first website for connecting the websites with the brand. Thank you.
So setting up multiple Google Plus profiles, plus local profiles for physically separate addresses for their small businesses is completely fine. That's no different than the hotel chain that I used to work for. They had 115 Google Plus local profiles. It's also not technically a problem to use the same phone number across each of those business listings. It'll work. So long as everywhere else on the internet cites those numbers. For instance, if you use a national phone number for those other businesses, or a 1300 or a 1800 free call style number, that's okay too. Though the guidelines from Google on using a national number like that, I think they tolerate it because they have to, but the guidelines basically read as though you really should use a local phone number for the business listing, but we'll tolerate a national number if you really have to use one. Because obviously there's lots of reasons why businesses need to use national phone numbers. You know, financial institutions often do things like that.
Yeah. Anybody else?
No, totally agree. Have one overall brand page and connect all your local places to the brand page. And that's why it's just easy to manage. It's all in one place, one login, but you have your overall brand, and then all you have your separate individual businesses attached.
What does that process look like now, Tim? If you create a brand page with one email address, and then you need to go and create new Google Plus local profiles for 10 businesses, and then link them together, how does that process work now?
Well, if you've got sort of 10, you can upload via a spreadsheet anyway.
Let's say less than 10, so not using the bulk upload.
But so if you're in your actual brand page logged in as such, you would just open up your just open up any new tab and go to the google.com/places for business. It's their new URL. Click onto that. It automatically then asks you to, pick a location or a phone number. I think it starts with. You start with a phone number. Has it got it registered? Yes or no? If it has, then it gives you a selection of choices with that number, and obviously you can go and then claim that business. Or if not, then you just follow the old process of just starting with the phone number, the name, the address, etc., etc., and you just follow it through. Once you click, obviously, through the verification, whether and it's a bit hit and miss sometimes, and I still haven't quite figured out how they decide whether they're going to either SMS you or phone you or actually send you a postcard, because for the same brand I've had different options on different times. Yeah, so verify it either one of the ways, and once it's verified, it's automatically attached to your initial login, which would be your brand page. And then obviously it's in your little drop-down menu, and in the top right when you've logged in.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Number 16.
I love dumb SEO questions. I learn something new every week. I just love it. Thank you, guys. Becky Stillions asks, I need to learn how I optimize my words, tags, etc. And if anyone could guide me and help me, it would be greatly appreciated. Becky says, hi everyone, I'm new to the SEO community and the world in general. I'm not sure you actually meant to say that. I need to learn how I optimize my words and tags to make my page here on Google+, my blog, and also my website more searchable. I'm not sure where to insert the keywords that make my site searchable, so if anyone could guide and help me, I would appreciate it. Someone was kind enough to tell me that I needed to include keywords in my title tag and in an H1 tag. I'm not sure what title tag means, and I do not know what H1 tag is. I'm so sorry, but I need to learn, so any help will be appreciated. Thank you so much. Well, for our part, we on the community gave Becky a link to the Google Starter Guide, also a link to the Moz SEO Guide, and from this week onwards, we now have Tim Capper's business basic business SEO guide on the top right hand of the Dumb SEO Questions community.
I will just point out that was written last year. There's a lot more updates to. I think I should update that actually.
I think you better polish it, Tim.
Yeah, that was quite old.
Okay, and anyway, we did provide those to Betty and Becky, and she popped on later and said thanks very much. So I think we can consider that one answered. Is that okay, guys?
Yep.
Okay, let's look at question 17 on your run list, which is from our good friend Stephen Sicantelli. He runs Abraxi Taxi. I think it's in Florida. He says, why would Google need anyone to provide them with data? This might be another question that we quickly pass on. He says, I am getting annoying SEO calls from someone claiming to be with a Google data provider. Why would Google need anyone to provide them with data? If I can answer this one quickly so we can move on. Stephen, lots of people think that they can use the keyword Google in a telephone conversation. And the reason they do it is because quite often it works. Google still has a lot of trust in the community. God knows why. But I think it's a well-respected brand, and so people do that. But generally, if someone mentions the word Google in a telephone conversation, it's pretty well a good hint to hang up. Is that fair comment, guys?
Yeah, Jim, if I could jump in on that, there are, just to note, because I've engaged with them, there are, or Google does sometimes employ third-party services to do market research, to do various kinds of outreach. But when that happens, when Google does that, there is always something that happens to verify that relationship. For example, I was reached out to by a third-party organization that wanted to talk with me, do like an hour interview with me that would be offline, would be NDA'd, to get some of my insights into my use of Google+. Then to verify that, I was contacted directly by Google to verify the relationship and that this party was working for them. So just to add that in, that it can happen, but Google's always going to be able to verify it if it's actually an official representative.
The other thing that you'll see with this as well is This person or these people could very well be essentially name dropping, so to speak, in the telephone conversation. But what you might find is the people that are calling could be from national business directories like Yellow Pages or similar sorts of businesses. And they do have commercial relationships with people like Google and feed data to them. So you might find that what they're actually doing is they're calling businesses to get fresh, up-to-date details for their own website, and they're essentially saying we're a Google data provider in air quotes because we push our business listing data from Yellow Pages, and we're verified or have a relationship with Google to supply them data. And Google has third-party relationships like that all around the world as one of the mechanisms for them to source local business information. There's a classic map actually from David Mim where he maps out all of the third-party data providers in the US and which websites feed what websites and how all that data ultimately gets back into Google. And it looks like a massive spider web. It's quite impressively complex. So there's definitely third parties that have got relationships happening. So it's not necessarily that they're scamming you. They could be just sort of name dropping to say, hey, we've got a commercial relationship of some persuasion with Google, implicit or explicit, who knows.
All right, can we consider Stephen Sikantale's question answered? I'll take that as a yes. Question 18 on your run list, Corey Alderin asks, is there something I need to do with structured data to attempt to get my featured image of a post to show up in SERPs rather than my G+ image? I think he's misunderstanding there. He said, my website is set up to have a new quote on a post every day. The most important part of my post is the unique image I create with that quote. I would like to have that image shown up in the SERPs, like I have seen in some videos. I understand there is no guarantee that the image would actually show up, but I think it would be better to have that show up. Thanks.
Well, the only way that the videos are showing up is because they attach schema.org video to it. The only one in Schema, there is obviously image and there is obviously image gallery. So the only, taking in the videos, which attaches that schema, then I would suggest attach image schema to your image and hope for the best. But I have yet to see image with image schema in post appear in SERPs.
Yeah. Sorry to digress, but I see Alistair put a link in the chat to an infographic, and it's such a great infographic on that link. I think I'll post it on the with the previous question on the SEOquestions.com site. Just amazing, that graphic. All of the data providers to Google, and I see there's a link on that graphic that makes it appear that some of them are. Oh no, it's not Google that's providing it. It's but providing data to Twitter.
Infogroup.
Anyway.
Yes, so there's several data providers that provide data to people like Twitter, Facebook, etc. as well.
I apologise, Corey Alderin, for breaking into your question like that. I shouldn't have. But look, I think we can say that that was an answer. Yep. All right. We now have one from Stephen Cotty. He says, I have a social business decision to make regarding Google optimization. Any help will be much appreciated. he said, I have an SEO question. As some of you are aware, I have my business page, Renegade Promotions. And now I've been trying to integrate this with my Google Local /places/map page, whatever it's called now. But each time I go to add a Google Plus page, it creates a new page, Renegade Promotions. By the way, if you click these on the in the dummy on this question in the dumb SEO questions community, you'll actually go to 2 different business pages. He says the advantage of the new page is that it lists my reviews on the About page. It lists my hours and addresses and address, and it's marked as a verified page. Now, apparently, you cannot merge 2 pages. So, what should I do in the interests of flow-through and search optimization? Then he goes on to list Kate Toon and Matt Cutts. I don't think I've ever seen a sentence with Kate Toon and Matt Cutts in the same sentence. But anyway, he's asking for any tips.
Is there a reason
to
delete?
Yeah, go on. Sorry, I spoke over the top of you, Alistair. Blame the lag.
I wonder if there's a reason why you wouldn't just delete one of them.
Well, he was saying that he likes the fact that one includes his address details, etc.
Yeah, but why not? Why not delete the other one so that there's only one? Why have 2 at all? Just use the one that's verified, that's got the address and reviews and everything else attached to it, and then just kill the other one off. What's the benefit of having 2? It'll only lead to confusion down the road. If he can get away with having 1, it's probably better.
The only snag on that is that if his vanity URL is linked to the first one, you can't transfer them. That could be a factor.
If he, I've never tested this. If you delete a page that's got a vanity URL, I assume someone else can claim it, right?
Not sure.
I don't think so. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't come across a case where that has occurred.
Masataki, I think I saw Kamal Taylor or somebody like that saying that in some rare cases it is possible to merge a page, not a profile but a page. Did I dream that?
No, it's only in certain circumstances, namely when the 2 Google Plus pages are local in nature, tied to the same place. So if you recall that you could set up a Google Plus page using Google Plus as a local business, through the, if you like, the Google Plus side of things. And then there were the Google Places and Maps listing. So on occasion, then there were 2 entries for the same thing, as it were. And in such instances, as the Places and Maps moved over to the Google Plus platform, you could merge those. But those are as far as I know, the only instances in which it's possible to merge 2 distinct Google Plus pages. So you can do that with a brand page, you can do that with a profile, but it has to be both. I think both Plus pages will have to be about the same thing, in the same place.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to get it right soon, because they're going to have to start trying to merge the old place listings across to new place listings. I mean, obviously, if you go and create one now, you have to create a new one in the new place for business. And I know a lot of my clients in different countries don't even have the option yet. It still has to be the old place pages. So it's going to be interesting to see how they merge it. And I think once they've figured that one out, then I think merging won't be a problem. They will be able to do it quite. They'll provide us with a way for people with two listings to merge into one once they've figured out how to do it kind of seamlessly or with checks and balances. But the other thing is just go and use Google Map Maker if you want to edit something and Google Places is not allowing you. Just go and use Map Maker, edit it that way, simple as. Although map makers will tell you it's not that simple, but I will tell you it is.
Yes. And if they won't change, you have ways of making them change, Tim.
It's the Russian connection.
Yeah.
Alistair, thanks very much for your contribution tonight. Really appreciate it, mate.
That's okay. Have a great week, everyone. I'll talk to you next week.
Okay, mate. Good night.
See ya.
All right. Let's do this next question. Number 20 on your run list. Michael Bird says, I have a mysterious bunch of links according to Open Site Explorer that I can't find. Are there any SEO Sherlock Holmes out there that can help? Here goes. So when I type my website, http://socialgarden.com.au, into Open Site Explorer, it says I have a bunch of links from sitenewspro.com. It says that they are images, but when I go to the sites, I can't see the images that I own. And when I hit the view source code and type the supposed alt tag and URL from my site, nothing comes up. And on the Dumb SEO Questions community on Google+, Michael gives some examples, which I won't attempt to read out. But anyway, does anybody have an answer for Michael's question?
Well, firstly, the only thing I can, without actually looking at it, or if you can just chuck his site in the chat there for me, Jim, is obviously a lot of these pages, as more and more content gets added, they might become paginated. So it might not be on the actual page that initial cached link came from. It might be on page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, and that's why you won't find it in the source. So either check the cached version of it or the pre-cached version to find that particular page where that link has originated from. You can also check on your webmaster tools, because if there is an actual link, it will be showing in there unless it's very recent or new. But by the sounds of it, these aren't specifically new. And of course, just also bear in mind that there's a natural ebb and flow of links, and some links will come, some will go. So yeah, I mean, to me it sounds as if it's sites that potentially have paginated, and that's why you can't specifically find it. But I'll just have a quick look that you said from.
Sorry, Tim, were you
Jim,
going to... Go ahead.
No, well, no. I'm just having a quick look. What sites did he say they were coming from, Jim?
From sitenewspro.com. Sorry, I misunderstood what you typed there. The landing page is socialgarden.com.au, and the site that's holding these links to his site is sitenewspro.com.
Yeah, I think it's paginated, but I'm just.
I'll tell you what. How about we come back to Michael's question if we have time later on?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on to a post that I made in the community. I think it was today. And there's a lot of history to this. I have to say that I was just dumbfounded, just shocked out of you know. I mean, I'm a simple bloke. It takes a lot to shock me. But I stumbled across a series of posts abusing David Ameland. And you know, it was just it's just beyond ridiculous. And then I found on Amazon that Al Remich has taken the trouble of going to Amazon to make a negative review, saying, you know, do not buy this book, or words to that effect. He said this book doesn't live up to its promise. You know, like, I mean, it's one thing to have a difference of opinion, but it's enough to, you know, it's just another thing to go onto Amazon with the intention of damaging someone else's business, and it is someone else's business. I mean, an Amazon review is very important to an author, and to deliberately go on there to make trouble, I think is just beyond the pale. Anyway, the other thing I'd like to say is that, you know, I think that Al Remich is completely clueless. I don't think he's got any idea of what he's talking about, and he's got no pulpit to even talk to David Ameland, let alone abuse him. But anyway, so Al made this. I mean, Al somehow or other, you know, he somehow managed to construe Matt Cutt's reference on Twitter yesterday to in-depth articles into thinking that AuthorRank was alive and, you know, was out in the wild, was actually operating in search. I mean, you know, is Al Remich so clueless that he doesn't know what in-depth articles are? You know, Matt Cutt's tweet had nothing whatsoever to do with search, and he's prancing about, trotting this out as if he's found something. Oh my God! Anyway, I'm probably rambling a bit, but I'm just so upset by this. It's just so wrong to you know. And I think he's just grandstanding for the notoriety. That's another thing that irks me. He's not He doesn't have the ability to do it himself, so he's grandstanding, pretending that he thinks he knows better than Matt Cutts. Sorry, not Matt Cutts, David Amerland. So that people might think that he actually has a clue by association. Look, my message to you, Al Remich, is that you are only fooling the gullible. You're only fooling the stupid. And, how you've managed to gather people more stupid than you are, I don't know. For that, I take my hat off to you. Anyway, on this post, he says, blissful ignorance, how should we deal with it? I said, in this post, Al Remich is attempting to use Matt Cutts' reference to in-depth articles to fool the gullible into thinking that this also applies to ordinary ranking. And in tonight's Dumb SEO Questions Hangout on Air, I'd like to ask our panel to examine this and related issues in detail. I don't think, this is just another attempted bagging of David Amerland, and I see Mark Trapagan, you're also mentioned in this particular post, so I'd probably call on you to answer this first. But look, I won't read out the post. It's available in the Dumb SEO Questions community on Google+. Currently, it's pinned to the top, but obviously Mr. Yonk will unpin it and put this hangout there tomorrow. But anyway, if you just search for the keyword blissful ignorance, you'll find it. That's my hand waving over. Anybody else have a comment?
Well, do you want me to dig in on this, or?
I'd love you to dig on it, because somebody should. Should.
As I've said to you privately, Jim, and I'll be very upfront about this. That going back about a month ago, both David Amerland and I ended up blocking Al Remich. I block lots of unknowns and trolls and things like that in Google+. It's the first person whom I've ever had a long-standing relationship with on Google+, who I had to block. For David Amerland, who has over 200,000 followers on Google+, it's the only person he's ever blocked. David is, people know him as an immensely polite and immensely much more patient than me person, but was driven to that. So there's a long, long history here, and we don't have time to delve into all of it. And I don't want to make this personal, but there needs to be some context, and why I'm involved here. This goes back to well over a year ago, almost a year and a half ago, when Al was a regular participant in the Google authorship community that I run. One of the other moderators eventually kicked him out of that community because he just became so obnoxious in it. But he was insisting that he had spotted AuthorRank operating because of a one-off instance that he had, where he posted something on a very low authority blog that he has and attached authorship to it, and for a particular keyword, for a few days, it happened to hit the front page of Google, and then rather quickly dropped off. Well, without going into a whole lot of details, a bunch of very experienced SEO, he came right in and says, like, has to be AuthorRank. And a bunch of experienced SEOs came in and began to engage and explain, well, not necessarily. There's a lot, it's how this works is complicated. There's a lot of factors that could have happened that caused that temporary, rise of your post. And they explained those to them, and it set up a pattern that no matter who, and if you look back through the posts, you can see this, no matter who explains a situation to Al or tries to explain to him that some aspect of search is much more complex and there's factors that he's not looking at and not taking into account, they can spend paragraphs and paragraphs explaining to him. He will never respond to the substance of those objections or critiques of his thinking. What he does is he simply goes on and creates another post saying the same thing. So now lately he's gotten on this kick where he believes that David's book has said AuthorRank is currently in existence. And that's where you'll see these long posts from him when he's citing page numbers and quotes from the book and things like this. David patiently over and over explained to him, I explained to him, that that's not at all what David was saying. Everybody else that reads David's book understands that David is talking about the present and the future of search. He's talking about a trajectory. He's talking about the general direction that he thinks Google is going. He nowhere in the book ear tags and says, like, this is on right now, this will be on next week, and that you can expect to see in 6 months. And most people read the book that way. It's very telling when you read Al's review on his negative review that you referenced on Amazon. The whole substance of the review is, I can't understand this book, therefore it's a bad book. Now you look at all the dozens and dozens of positive reviews of people who aren't even SEOs, who aren't even from our area, who clearly understand the book and got great benefit from it. I think there's the crux of the problem. Al just can't understand that things are a lot more complex, a lot more subtle. You have to be a lot more careful about saying, oh, it's this factor, jumping to those conclusions. But the main problem, and why we ended up blocking him, was not only was it just becoming exhausting because you keep refuting, you keep responding, you keep replying, and there's no response from him other than to build another post saying the same thing, but then he became personally insulting. He went after a dear sweet lady who's a mutual friend of David's and David and mine, because she posted a positive thing about his book, and he attacked her on her own comment thread, reduced her literally to tears. And then he began this campaign of, his latest thing is either David or Mark are lying, because Mark says there's no author rank, and David in his book clearly says there is, but when they're in public they say, we agree with each other, we're not in disagreement. And so he just keeps posting that over and over and over again. So those are the reasons that I blocked him. That's about as much as I want to say about Al. If you want to talk about the substance of the Matt Cutts tweets and the things we've been seeing about author rank, I'd be happy to talk about that as well.
Well, I'd certainly like to address those, but while we're hot on the subject, I'd just like to cover this vendetta that Al is carrying out. Tim, what do you think of this Amazon review? The intent behind it.
Yeah, I mean, when I read the review, I don't believe that was a traditional I didn't really enjoy the book review. Specifically, he says you're not going to find anything in it, where he does concede later on at the very end that he did find a few things, but it's not your typical I didn't specifically enjoy this book, or it wasn't a fantastic read, which it's not a typical book review. I read into it that there was more to it than meets the eye, and I do specifically believe that was a vendetta of some sort in that review. It was not a typical book review, and definitely not. So I don't think it was an honest and open review. I think there was malice intended behind it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Masataki, you are the kindest, gentlest person I know. What would your input into this be?
About the review?
About anything.
Well, let's start with the review.
This whole situation.
In a sense, the review wasn't a book review as such. It was a platform used to promote an argument that he espouses. And in a sense, in that sense, I mean, it's not the appropriate place to have that kind of post. So in that sense, yeah, I think the review is, to a certain extent, I think a red herring, because it's not a review, and it's not reviewing the book, the totality of the book, or the underlying ideas of that book. He was concentrating on one particular aspect, a few pages of that particular book, and he wished to, in a sense, make a point. So in that sense, the book review was not a proper place to do that.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Rob Mars is at his desk. Are you there, Rob? No, that's unfortunate because Rob. Oh yes, Rob, you've been besieged by a stalker, and we all banded together to squeeze that bloke out. So, you know, do you empathise with David Amerland?
Absolutely. I think that L guy is just seeking attention, and he's getting it. He's winning. So better ignore him.
I don't know what. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Well, I was just going to say that's exactly why, you know, Jim and I had a lot of discussions last night, here, about this hangout today, and you know, I had some reluctance about coming into it because my policy has been not to engage with Al. In fact, even before I blocked him, I had stopped engaging with him on this topic. If he posted something or shared something with me or made a comment that was off of this topic, I was engaging with him. But whenever he mentioned this, I stopped because I don't want to give him the attention. But I want to make a point here, what this does to you when you do this. I warned him right before I blocked him. I said, you are shooting yourself in your own foot. He got on the mini SUL of Google Plus last year, which shot him up for a few months, not the big SUL, but enough that he went from like 10,000 followers up to 50,000 followers. But if you look at his following chart ever since, and especially in the last 2 months, it's just dwindling off. He's not growing. In fact, many days he loses followers. If you look at the people, you know, his engagement, it's gone way, way down. If you look at the people, there's still a few people that are, you know, rah +1 whenever he does one of these rants about David Amerland or me. They're not people of any, you know, I say this carefully. They're important because they're human beings, but they're not anybody who has any standing in the SEO community, in any topics related to what we're talking about. He's lost any influence that he built. And so really, I don't think he is winning. The only thing he's winning at is getting attention from an increasingly smaller amount of group. And I'm taking advantage of this one opportunity to kind of make a statement about these things, but I really don't, my policy is not to even mention him or give him the attention, because I think that is what he's after.
Oh, look, yeah, I have no doubt that he's prepared to say anything and do anything to impress, and he is, you know, he's taking pot shots at. I just love the chats in these hangouts. Yeah. You guys are good, but he is taking pot shots at David Amerland and yourself because he thinks that people might be suckered into thinking that there was some sort of equivalence between him and you two guys. You know, I'm not sucking up Mark, but you know, really. Al Remich is a clueless twit, and you know, there is just no equivalence. I mean, anybody. I mean, for anybody to think there was any equivalence between Al Remich and you two guys would have to be stupider than him, and I think that it'd be pretty well impossible to find anybody stupider than him.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll let you say that. I'm not going to say it, but I'll let you say that. You know, I would like, I don't know if we have time, but I would like at some point to talk about, because I think, you know, what he has done is create a lot of confusion and doubt about what's going on in this whole area of author rank and related areas. And I don't know if we have time to talk about, you know, my thoughts about that or where we think that is and why.
Yeah, by all means, go ahead.
Go ahead, okay. Well, the reason this came up this week, as Jim alluded earlier, was a statement at SMX West actually there was a keynote interview between Danny Sullivan and Amit Singhal. Amit is, as most of us probably know, basically the head of the search algorithms at Google. And at one point, Danny just asked, he said, well, you're telling us there's no author rank yet. And notice that Danny just assumed the answer in the question there, because there's been numerous Google spokespeople, John Mueller, Pierre Farr, others, who in the last several months have explicitly said we are not using author authority as a ranking factor in the search results, at least not yet. So Danny says, you're telling us that you're not using author rank, but is there a future for it? Is there a use for it? Is it something you might use because it seems like it could be a good thing? And Amit just responded, yes, possibly, and the audience laughed, because it was obvious that's all he was going to say about it. But obviously he didn't correct Danny, just saying like, oh no, we are using it now. And he said, possibly. In other words, it's still something we're testing, evaluating, looking at. And this is all that David and I have been saying all along, that this is the idea, the concept of author authority is something that Google has talked about. They have patents about it. From time to time, Matt Cutts and others will say typically vague but encouraging statements about, we're working on, we're getting better at, we're moving toward being able to evaluate subject authorities online and have that be a factor in search. But nowhere are they saying like this is something we're doing right now. So that's all that we've been saying. So the thing from Amit came out, and I tweeted out, as it's Twitter, so it's very short and blunt. I just said, Amit Singhal at SNX West says no author rank. And I got a reply from Matt. It's actually the first time Matt Cutts has ever replied to a tweet from me. And Matt Cutts replied and said, well, to be fair, or said yes, to be fair, though, it may be used in some things, such as in-depth articles. Okay? So, okay, what does that mean? Well, that's the point you were making earlier, Jim. What does that mean? It's used in in-depth articles. Well, it's used, as Google said from the beginning when they first posted about in-depth articles, your authorship may be used as one factor to determine that a particular article that you wrote is worth showing to others as an in-depth article. Okay, so it's a qualifier. There's some level of reputation that you have to have as an author, possibly, to qualify to get an article in in-depth articles. That's not a ranking factor. Now, it's a great thing. It's nice to be shown in that. A similar kind of thing, just very quickly, is some of you know, I did a lot of in-depth examination when Google decided to reduce the amount of authorship snippets that they were showing in search results back in December. And I analyzed hundreds of profiles and looked for patterns. I listened to what Googlers were saying, et cetera, et cetera. And there does seem to be, it's very minor, it's more on the publisher side, but there does seem to be an author quality, or content quality of an author factor in play. We don't know exactly what that means, but again, it's a qualifier. It gets you in the game. It gets you qualified to show your author photo in search. It's not necessarily boosting your ranking. That's the subtle differentiation that we were trying to make, and that's what Mr. Remich wasn't understanding. And one more quick thing, and then I'll be quiet. But he's also now, if you're looking at his posts, he's moved the goalposts on this discussion. All last year, it was all about, for him, it was clearly that author rank is a ranking factor, that it boosts your rankings. Now he wants to still call it author rank, but he's saying like, well, it could be a lot of things. It's just, qualified. It could be kind of things that I'm talking about. We could have had that conversation. That's actually closer to what I'm saying. But he's now become so belligerent, and he's made it all about this thing about David Amerland is wrong, and he's so confusing things that you can't have a discussion with him about it. So, that's the crux for the context of people of what I've been saying that supposedly Al Remich disagrees with.
Yeah, if I can add an elevator statement, Matt Cutts' tweet was referring to in-depth articles, and in-depth articles are not actual search results. They're an insert into the search results. They are ranked, but they are ranked individually. Like that set of results is ranked. There's no doubt about that. But then that ranked set is inserted into actual search results. But in no way known, there was no way known that Matt Cutts was referring to search ranking when he tweeted back to you.
And you've also got to bear in mind, and people also need to also understand that one of the qualifiers, as Mark so eloquently puts it, you know, and as Matt Cutts it, is maybe author rank, right? However, what you understand is that there's also schema, you know, article markup. And Google gives us a whole, you know, sort of long list of what these certain qualifiers are. But the point I'm trying to say here is there are exceptionally few new entries into the in-depth article section that were that were sort of not authority sites pre in-depth articles. They are all the old school pre-authority sites, which most of them don't have any of the qualifiers attached to them for in-depth articles. So, you know, from that single fact, when Matt Cutts says, you know, these might be one of the things we're looking at, bear in mind, none of them are pretty much even being used yet by Google for the in-depth articles. All they are using at the minute are authority sites, which have always been as authorities in those niche, you know, so even if the author, you know, an author's authority is one of the qualifiers, it's yet to be even seen if those are going to be used yet.
Exactly.
Totally agree. And you know, you can actually see that in the SERPs, as you said. In the article that I published last night on the stonetemple.com blog, that, you know, I talk about all this and talk about the in-depth articles and how it's being used. I show examples that you have to look long and hard, and I finally found one after doing a lot of searches to see an in-depth article that displays the author's name on it. I found one last night by Charles Donahue. If you search marketers, an article comes up from the New York Times that shows Charles Donahue's name. Well, Charles Donahue is a best-selling author. He's a very well-known person. So, you know, if they are using authorship, or, you know, and I shouldn't even say authorship here, really like author authority at all, it's only still at a very, very high level. The thing is, again, if you go back to the original blog post, they say eventually, you know, and I've had Google's confirm this to me, yes, they are still, in-depth articles are still very tied only to very, very big established, you know, old name brands and publishing sites that have long histories. They still claim that eventually anybody could potentially qualify for it, and they're still saying that you should do these markups, you know, have proper, you know, publisher, verified publisher for the site, have authorship of the authors, those have to use the schema markup for articles, that will help you qualify. But at the end of the day, you're exactly right. Those things aren't even hardly in play yet.
Yeah. This is the book that we're talking about. It's Google Semantic Search by David Amerland. On the cover it says, Search Engine Optimization SEO Techniques that get your company more traffic, increase brand impact, and amplify your online presence. I've read this book from cover to cover. And I'm also reading parts of it every day. Guess where I keep it, Tim? In the toilet. I'm sorry, David, but
that's where we all keep our best reading, right?
Well, as I say, every day I read parts of this book because it is good. If you're in the SEO field, or if you're in a business that somebody who wants to understand the SEO, or even be able to, you know, talk the language with your own SEO, this book will do it for you. I'm not sure how much it costs. I think it's about $20 odd or something like that on Amazon in soft cover. It's available as an ebook, but even pirate it if you need to. But you know, whatever you do, get this book, because you know you've really got to have it. And pardon, go ahead, Mark.
I just wanted to say, you know, it's key to add, to reinforce again, that as people read it, that understand that David is showing you the present and the future in this book. He's talking about trajectory. He's talking about future-proofing your SEO efforts. The smart people are not just looking for the tricks that work in the moment and the short term. They're looking for what's going to work in the long term. They're working toward the direction that Google is going, and that's what David's trying to show you in this book. So you can't expect that every page is going to give you something that if I do what's on this one page, I'm going to, you know, my keywords are all going to go up 4 points tomorrow. It's not going to work that way. But doing overall the things that are in this book are going to be getting you in position to do better in the long run in the direction that Google is heading. I think that's important to understand.
Yep. Look, there's another thing, another procedure that David Ameland has, which I think is invaluable, and that is at the end of each chapter, he has a preparation checklist, and yeah, it's you know, on each chapter, you know, he brings up items that, you know, make me think. They make things that would not have dawned on me otherwise. I find in this book, and that's you know, why I find it so valuable. I'm not going to read them all out, but like for argument's sake, that, you know, he has the author rank preparation checklist at the end of chapter 4. And
notice that's important, that word preparation, right? Preparation. Yeah, not exactly, do this today, and your author rank will go up and all your search rankings will go up 6 points.
Exactly. Anyway, have we covered this, or should we go further? Just remember, David Ameland's book, Google Semantic Search, 1995, on Amazon. Ignore the negative. You'll generally find they've been posted by prized dickheads. Anyway, okay. Our next question. Let's go back to. Let me see. How about? Oh no, not that one. Let's go to this one. I'm sorry to muck you around, guys. It's only because I'm an idiot. Here we are. I found it. Laurie Eldridge asks, what do you folks use to record ranking data? And also, along with notes regarding possible suggestions to improve it. I'm currently using Excel, but I have to put the notes below the last keyword on the page, or it gets too wide to read. Do you guys have any ideas?
Sorry, Jim. Can you repeat that? I'm not logged in.
Yeah, I'll happily repeat it. Laurie Eldridge is asking us how we record our ranking data. To be perfectly honest, I don't get that deeply into it, but I'm sure that you would, Tim. But a good method for recording the progress of rankings and with space to add notes to see what you did last time.
A good.
I see on.
So what are they asking? Are they asking for ranking software, you know,
Yeah,
for
just
checker search
asking,
rankings.
Yeah, just asking for a tool that she can keep track of her ranking stats and have a space on it for her to record her
Oh, well,
what's wrong?
to be perfectly honest, I haven't. Well, most of the tools you can either download your ranking data in PDF, and I mean these are all of them. You know, you've got all of them, but you also in all of them have the opportunity to download the report into Excel. And of course, next to your Excel, just in the next line, add your notes. But as far as I'm aware, I don't know any of them that allow you to add notes into the actual report on their site and save that. If that's what I think she means, I haven't seen that. So the only way would be just to download the report into CSV and put your own notes in the corresponding line next to each specific increase or decrease.
Yeah, the only thing is that she is actually using Excel, but she's finding it gets too wide to read. Jeremy Estes said that he personally uses SERPs.com. Their rank tracking is impeccable, and they have annotation capabilities to let you track effects of changes.
Oh,
So
right. Okay. Spot on.
Yeah.
Spot
So
on.
let's call SERPs.com as an answer, and Laurie Aldrich on the Dumb SEO Questions community on Google Plus said thanks, so I'll check it out. All right, next one, mate. Safety NW asks or says, I have a problem about Google Analytics code on my website. He goes on to say, I have a problem. I inserted the Google Analytics code on my website, and I see that I'm getting hits from the search engine, but on Analytics, the keywords are always not provided. Can someone look at my website and tell me if I have inserted the code incorrectly?
Well, firstly, unfortunately, I'm not great with tracking code. You'd have to, you know, we need a developer really. But if you inserted it correctly, not provided is unfortunately the way things are happening. Chrome, you know, Chrome is in HTTPS now. Internet Explorer is in HTTPS. Firefox, all of them are, you know, everything's moving into secure search, which means that keywords will be not provided because Google can't well, for security as such or privacy, they won't return the information about the keyword and they will just list it as not provided. What you can do is connect your webmaster tools and your analytics all together. That sort of gives you a little bit better information. And you obviously need to do a lot more digging. So for example, if they landed on a page for yellow submarines, you would expect that the not provided search terms are a combination of yellow submarine, I want to find a yellow submarine, buy yellow submarine, things like that. So you can assume that there's combinations of that. If they landed on the pink submarine page, you will have to assume that the not provided traffic is a combination of different kinds. But unfortunately, not provided is going to get worse and worse. But I do believe that this week, was it, or was it last week, Google did announce that they are looking at providing better data for us to, you know, because it's just getting ridiculous that's not provided. I believe they are working on something, or the integration with webmaster tools and analytics to give us better sort of information.
Yep. Okay, let's call that one done and dusted, and we're moving on now to question 23. Another one from Tony McCreath. This won't take a second. He said, what is the DSQ logo all about? He said, I think it's a photocopier with the world in the out tray. And initially I thought he was talking about the logo provided by the inimitable Andy Wigglesworth, webmaster to the world, which is a square peg in a round hole. But he was actually referring to the checkout image which we have on the SEO Questions community on Google+.
We miss you, Andy.
Oh, we miss you, Andy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
As you know, we've sent Andy Wigglesworth out on a hunt for Lyndon Na. Let's hope he can find him and bring him back. Oh dear. Okay, the next one is question 24 on your run list. Kenneth Villegas, who's asked us a number of questions, asks, says, hi guys, just want to ask if this website, promo.no-minimumdotcodotuk duplicate, is a duplicate to this website, c-mbdotcodotuk. I'm sorry, I can't read that very well. He said, I'm pretty sure it is a duplicate, I just want to make it clear. Did anybody check this out? We should give an answer because it's one of the very rare questions on the dumb SEO community that hasn't actually found an answer. Well, look, how about this? Let's pass on this one for a moment. Sorry, Kenneth, and we'll come back to it in a moment. In the meantime, as we get time, we will have a look at it for you and come back to you. Niraj Kumar asks, what should be the criteria for successful SEO of a website? Number of visits, pages per visit, average time per visit, bounce rate, engagement, I don't know how many, well, or something more. So what's your most criteria to judge whether a website is successful or not?
Well, for me, it all depends. You know, an e-commerce site, I'm going to have a great conversion rate. You know, a very good conversion rate. You know, we want to convert at least 35 to 40% of all traffic that arrives to the site into a sale. Is it you know, I mean, it depends what kind of site it is. One of my other clients is sort of a consortium site which actually wants to take people away from theirs ultimately to the, so it's kind of a lead generation site in that sense. But of course, a success there for me would be the conversion between people arriving on the site and moving through to the specific page that they're looking for, and then moving through to the lead site. So that would be a conversion there. So for me, it's all about understanding what your conversion is, you know, whether it be a sale, moving through to a page, to an email sign up. What are you trying to do on the site? And that would be my KPIs, you know, based on that. And you know, if it was a new client, for example, I would look at what their specific conversion is based on what I've just mentioned, and then aim to look at how those can be improved. And then you take it from there. You can't base it just on traffic, because, you know, if you think about it, I mean, you could let's say you could just go and get some really hot, sexy chick, get some brilliant photos done, and you'd get 1 million visits a day. But those 1 million visits has nothing to do with yellow submarine pills that you're trying to sell, and your bounce rate is going to go through the roof. So you might be getting traffic, but they're absolutely doing nothing on your site. So what I'm saying to you is understand what that site is trying to do, and then work out your KPIs based on the niche specifics of that site.
Exactly. Totally agree. Totally. Hey, Tim, what do you think of a site with a bounce rate of 18%, page views of 12 pages per visit, a viewing time on site of around about 8 minutes? But that's hot, isn't it?
That is good, mate. That's really good.
We built that.
Oh yeah. Well.
Anyway, here's another one from Suresh Kumar. Is ranking through submission-based SEO a bad idea? Yes. Good morning, fellas. I hope you have a happy weekend. I have the dumbest question of all time. Is ranking through submission-based SEO a bad idea? I was told that. It's entirely a bad idea to just go with it. Please, a suggestion would be helpful. Well, I think you've answered your own question. It is a bad idea. Submitting your actually, somebody in the chat or in the comments on the Dumb SEO Questions community said it's a bad idea. It's link suicide, and not all directories are good. Oh, is that what he's saying? Submitting to directories? I thought he meant submitting it to search engines. Don't know. I can see Tim's tied up on the phone, so I will. I'll continue on and answer it. If your site is so say the site that you're building is for a plumber. Well, so directories that you would link in, you would place your listing in, I should say, would be directories like hardware directories, certainly plumbing directories, handyman directories. I mean, you wouldn't put it in a beachwear directory. That would be stupid. But you'd certainly submit your site to directories that are relevant to your business. But that's the key thing. That they have to be relevant. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. As for submitting your site to search engines, which was my first thought, I don't think that's worth your effort. Search engines will find you that of their own accord. Anyway, if you're happy, Master Taki, we are on question 26. And look, with your permission, guys, I'll move on to question 27. It's from Wilson Callahan. Wilson asks, hi friends, I want to do a 301 redirect with htaccess in Joomla, but I can't get it to work. Both domains are on the same host. The old page is parked on a new one, and no, I don't want, and now I want to make them point to the new one without losing my 1,000 pages, which are indexed in Google with the old domain. And he gives some code there, and the code is Yeah, look, you're saying that the code that you give on the Dumb SEO Questions community on Google Plus has a redirect loop. I wonder if that's because you don't have a rewrite condition for that rule. And I see in the chat there, Tony McCreath said that redirects to itself, hence a loop. You will need to qualify it with only redirecting from the old site. And no, I'm not stupid. And Tony gives him a rewrite condition to add to his code.
I do also want to point out that he also needs to redirect the old pages of site to the new pages within the site, or the new best suited pages, because he said he doesn't want to lose those 1,000 pages which are indexed. Well, unfortunately, you are going to lose those 1,000 pages because those old URLs are not going to exist. But if you have created a new 1,000 pages on your site, you need to redirect the old URL to the best matched new URL. So they might be called something different, but you might be, have the same product on their page. You need to redirect the old one to the new one. If you only redirect your top level domain, it's only going to actually redirect that page and not any other pages within the site. So you need to do actually each and every single individual page.
Cool, mate. Very good. Okay, so Wilson, I hope that's the answer you're looking for. If it isn't, please feel free to ask again on the Dumb SEO Questions community on Google+. Zishan Haider asks, is anybody using Longtail Pro? I don't know. I haven't heard of Longtail Pro. And Tim, in his own inimitable style, says, "Gee, we have fun in the chat here." Okay, I have no idea. I'm sorry, Zishan. None of us are familiar with it. Oh, and Zishan has asked, "Can you share a license?" If I'd noticed that, I would have deleted that comment on the community. We do not want to be talking about anything Black Hat, let alone piracy of software. Anyway, moving on. Bharat Thakar asks, what are your thoughts about the new design of the Google SERP, search engine result pages? Google is experimenting with a new layout to display search engine result pages. The new listings are without underlines and the font size is bigger too. This means less characters are displayed for each listing. I expect that this change will require SEOs to change title and meta description strategy. What are your thoughts?
Well, the only thing that's going to change is just your character width. So, it's not really a strategy. The name of your page, if it's a product, your product, you might need to really be a bit more concise with some of your product names. It's not really going to affect any strategy that I have, because my strategies don't really work on title tags. If anything, you just need to be a little bit more creative on how it's going to look in a SERP to entice, a user to click on it. The only thing that does piss me off a little bit is how Google has, especially on .co.uk, the top level ads. There's no, sort of pinkish, purpley differentiation. It's almost white. It almost looks like a SERP. They've put the tiny little yellow little tabs to say ads. But basically, they're just conning even more users now into not moving down to the organic stuff. They're just conning more people into thinking that the top 3 aren't actually ads. I know they put the yellow thing there, but you know, it looks like a SERP apart from the 3 little dots, and you know, I think they just want to make more money, mate.
Yeah. Yes. I went looking for this new Google SERP. I didn't find it. Where did you see it, Tim? Is it on google.co.uk? Okay, question 30 on your run list you'll find is from Rob Baker. Rob is asking, what's the best tool for checking which outbound links on a website are pointing to bad neighbourhoods? Not external links pointing in. I would say Christopher Semper, he's from Austria, I think. Christopher Semper's link research tools make a thing called link detox. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, that would be. Oh no, that deals with inbound links. So no, I'm totally wrong. Cross that off.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, I've never used it. Do they not have a function for external? And Rob Mars in the chat has just said link Zenu, but it would make sense. I mean, I've never used it, but perhaps Link Detox does have an outbound link checker. It might do. I just don't know.
Well, they have a number of tools on there that's certainly worth a look. I don't currently subscribe to any of the link research tools subscriptions. I once had the benefit of a free copy, and if Christopher Semper's listening, I'd like another free copy. But no, I don't. I certainly recommend having a look there anyway. Okay, Laurie Aldridge on the community on the SEO Questions community on Google Plus said there is a tool called Bad Neighborhood Link Checker that she used to use a lot. I'm not sure. I mean, there are so many things out there, and many are not reliable. I think I even used that bad neighborhood link checker myself at once. Anyway, all right. Question 31 is from Tim Capper, who says, "Okay, I have a question. No sniggering. I'm working on an ecom site and there are seasonal pages. What code do I serve when these pages come down?"
I'm not going to answer my own question. Yeah, no. Well, pretty much the way I mean, from the way and the response to all that, I actually don't need to serve a code. The way I'm going to handle it now is these pages, because they're seasonal, will come out of the top line navigation menu, and the products on that page are going to be removed and replaced with a bespoke image and content, basically saying, and it'll be bespoke for each one. So, for example, Mother's Day, it's going to be, obviously thank you for showing an interest, etc., etc., etc. We're currently working on new designs for next Mother's Day, and I'll give the date for the following one. And some introduction, and of course, if you want, you know, to be updated or notified, you know, sign up for an email for when the new products come out. So yeah, I'm not serving any code now. I'm just going to remove the products, make everything bespoke on that landing page, just remove it from top-line navigation so that any authority or links or anyone finding it from somewhere else comes through to that page. It's not going to be redirected anywhere else or forwarded or anything like that. It will just give them information about when the next season's products will be available. So yeah, that's the way I'm going to handle it.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. The only proviso I'd add to that would be to go well past the actual season date, because I mean, I know on our Valentine's pages we always get a lot of traffic after the date has passed, and conversions as well, so that they're genuine buyers, but it's well past the date of Valentine's. I suppose these are guys that have figured out that they'll never have the chance to breed if they don't square off. Anyway, okay. Question 32 is, you did get a lot of response to this question on the community, Tim. You must be popular.
It's my good looks and charm, Jim.
It must be. Okay, question 32 is from Bryce Thomas. Bryce asks, does anyone else have the impression bloggers are scared from doing guest posts because of Matt Cutts? He says, I reach out to bloggers for guest posting and reviews for clients. What have you done to douse the fears of guest bloggers? And again, this did not get a responder in the community.
Yeah, look, well, I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't know where he's reaching out to, or what kind of sites or types of sites, but if I have had to push some content out on a particular subject for a client, I've always approached a site with with the actual article attached, and of course an NDA, or at least portion of it, and I've never had a problem with people publishing it. I've never had to, because I suppose I've never tried to sell it as, oh, would you like some content and guest posting, because that's not what it's about for me, for sure, because I'd much prefer to publish content on my own site than chuck it elsewhere. And I get a lot more links, natural links, with content posted on our own sites than one crappy little link coming back from another site that benefits from all the traffic reading the article on their site. But when I have wanted to promote something, I've never even called it guest blogging in the first place. It's basically, we have some information about new techniques, technology, etc. That's that's relevant in the marketplace. Attached is a revised version of the article that would you like to consider publishing? But
Right.
I've never ever reached out as a guest blogger, never. You know, guest posting, guest blogging. You know, we will include one link into the article. No, never, ever done that. So, no.
Just to clarify something you said a moment ago, what is the purpose of the non-disclosure agreement?
Because, you know, the thing is, we send it out to big publications. So we send a revised version, and we do send just a basic things saying, look, we're attaching this, you know, as technology, and this is obviously been for technological companies in the manufacturing industry, which you don't want to give too much away on anything. If they do, you know, want to read the full unbridled version of the article, then we do request the NDA, and of course that becomes irrelevant if they publish it. But the point is, we don't want them to take it, publish it, and do you know what I mean? But we always send an unbridled version if they want to read the full. If they want to read the full version, but this is for the manufacturing sector, where obviously you need to be a little bit more protective about the latest manufacturing machinery and specifications and things like that. But on other ones, I've never ever called it a guest post, a guest blog-in. We've always sent an abridged version of it, and if they would like to see the unabridged version, you know, to make their mind up on publication, then we'll send it across. But you know, and in actual fact, I don't think I've ever included a link in any of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have. Yeah. So no, I mean, I just don't. I don't do it. I'd rather put the content on the client side.
Okay. Well, Bryce Thomas, I hope you consider that an answer to your question. Question 33 on your run list is from Raviraj Tak, who asked, does anyone know how to optimize a business directory with subdomains? He actually follows up in the comments on the community saying, could you please let me know what the steps are to optimize a business directory, or is it the same as a website? But the portal is built in a CMS system where if we change a single URL, it amends all of the URLs, and also any suggestions on how to change the metas. My answer would be that, you know, the metas, you know, that they would be a function of your CMS. We're not the best people to answer that, and it's possibly why this didn't get an answer on the community. But specifically, optimizing a business directory is the same as optimizing a website. But I just put one caveat there. The temptation with a business directory is to fill every possible character with empty pages and then add content. That's a real no-no. Even if you have a directory and it only has three items in it, you should only have 3 listings and only add new pages when you've got a relevant listing for that particular suburb or niche or whatever.
Yeah, and definitely also one thing where directories have really, you know, shot themselves in the foot over the years is the use of tags. Every time a new tag's created, or, you know, they might have 50 types of different tags for one kind of industry, and of course then that directory listing is multiplied 50 times across. So definitely, you know, no index follow the tags. And also, if you do work out some other kind of way where you are going to be potentially multiplying these same directory listings, well then I would get you to canonicalize those multiplied listings back to the original listing. page itself, for sure, because that's where directories have really shot themselves in the foot. But also it's because, and also it's become a really bad user experience. So unless you're coming up with a really great way to display these now, you know, it's going to be very hard to make some kind of niche in that, dent in that directory market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all good points, all of them. I see Mr. Yonk, Mr. W.E. Yonk has joined us. Edwin is the man behind ideshost.nl. That's ideshost.nl. Am I wrong, Edwin? I thought you were shaking your head in disagreement. Apparently, you were just shaking your head in disbelief.
No, I agree.
Okay. All right. Question 34. Geez, we've got a chance of finishing these. Question 34 is from Danielle Zurico. Danielle says that the problem is that the Google Webmaster tools say that I have repeated the title 6 times. Danielle says, hi all, I've developed a site in ASPX, but I have a problem with the SEO title and description. The page is called itineraries.aspx, and it is paginated. With a rule and customer on the browser, it appears as itineraries without an extension. The problem is that Google Webmasters say that I've repeated the title 6 times, i.e. itineraries.aspx, and also itineraries without the extension, which is what she's rewritten it to. There's a problem there for a start, because Googlebot shouldn't be finding .aspx. And also itineraries, parameter page 1, parameter page 2, page 3. How can I resolve it? Well, you created the pages programmatically, so you would resolve it programmatically. If you do have a paginated, even if the difference is items 11 through 20, for argument's sake, that would give you a unique title for each one. Anybody else with more to add? I'm not really clued up on this.
Well, I assume that in the example, 1, 2, and 3 are the same page, right?
Well, they're paginated. They're the same list of products, but they are, you know, she might have 50 products spread over 5 pages, for example.
But I guess question mark pages 1 is similar to the root.
Yeah. Well, they'd be a congruent set of products listed. Well, no, actually, she's talking about itineraries. So, okay, so they'd be a congruent set of travel products that she's grouped under itineraries. There's a large number of them, so she's paginated them. But the problem is that on every page, the title is the same.
Yes, but in her example, she has itineraries.aspx. It shouldn't be there to begin with. Then she has itineraries, like the category, and then she has itineraries with the parameter page 1. I assume those 3 things serve the same content.
Not the same. It wouldn't be the same content because it's paginated. It would be the first page would have items 1 to 10. Second page would be 11 to 20. Third page would be 21 to 30, so on.
And what would be in just itineraries?
Yes, just itineraries. Yes.
Yeah, that's
So it's the same type of product, but different products.
I'm confused.
Well, see, I'm a little bit more relaxed about it because I'm permanently confused, Edwin. So, you know, my confusion on this is you know, it's nothing new to me. But look, what I'd say to Danielle is that, you know, why go to the trouble of having a clean URL like, you know, dropping the file type and having a clean URL like just itineraries. And then add a parameter to it. Why not rewrite the parameters as well, so that it's, you know, itineraries 1, itineraries 2, itineraries 3. But the other thing is that you know, if you're programmatically making these pages, you can just as easily programmatically make the title so that it's helpful to the user. Am I making sense or waffling on?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm reading in the comments, and there is a suggestion to use the webmaster tools, the parameters. I will be very careful with that because you can block Googlebot in that particular tool. So you really need to be careful and read everything about that, about the parameter tool in the webmasters.
Yeah.
And I would set rel canonical to or itineraries, or I still think that in her examples, the first 3 are the same content. Right? She lists 5 examples. The first example is itineraries.aspx. The second is itineraries. The third is itineraries pages 1. I think those 3 are the SERP. It's the same page. So my guess.
Well, it may be, but
because you wouldn't have page 0.
Well, surely the itineraries link is page 0.
Yeah, okay. But frequently I see that there are 2 completely the same thing with the parameter and without the parameter on pages 1 or something like that. So I would look to see if you can merge them.
Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me a moment. Pardon me. Sorry about that, Edwin. By the way, I see Dave Elliott gave a good answer too. He mentioned rel next, rel previous. That would help. Anyway, he also pointed out that you know, not to use the webmaster parameter tool. The other thing I have found is that, say you've got 10 pages, and I heard you give this example, Edwin. In the past, I've done that with a page that, say, has 300 products, so it's got you know, 30 per page over 10 pages. If you rel canonical to the first part of yeah, the first page of that page set, Googlebot you know, will not give you any more credit for the primary page. All you're doing by using a rel canonical and canonicalizing back to the primary page of that page set is blowing away any chances you have of ranking with the other 9. My experience may not be, you know, what other people have found, but that's just what happened to me.
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. I was only talking about the parameter page is 1, not about parameter pages 2 or pages 3.
Yeah.
So, you frequently with the parameter page is 1, that's the same as without the parameter.
Okay.
You're pretty much duplicating.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Okay. Yes, it does. All right. I'm going to go past Dave Elliott's question on Google Tag Manager. He did ask, does anyone have a very good how to use Google Tag Manager guidebook? And he actually answered his question. He found a guide on www.blog.com/guide-auto-event-tracking-google-tag-manager. And also Sean Cohen mentioned one on distilled.net titled Getting Started with Google Tag Manager. Somebody else mentioned another one on onlinebehavior.com/analytics/Google Tag Manager. I don't even know what a tag manager is or what it does, so I think we'll move on to question 36. I'll take that as a yes. Greg Barker asks, has a product with 2 common names, and he's asking whether he should have a separate page for each name or both on the one page. He said, this is a real life problem on my e-commerce store for the drying rack that we manufacture. Some people call it a clothes drying rack, while others call it a laundry drying rack. But it's really the same thing. Search volume is higher for the clothes version, so we give it the most attention. I currently have 2 separate pages with the on-page optimization focused on each name, URL, title, H1 image, alts, etc. Each page also has unique content. One is more of a sales page and the other is more of a details page. And he gives the links to these 2 pages so you can see for yourself. You'll find those links on the Dumb SEO Questions community on Google+. If you're having trouble finding it, search for this question on the dumbseoquestions.com site, and each question has a link back directly to the actual question on Google+ in the Dumb SEO Questions community. Anyway, he goes on to say that the ranking of both pages is pretty poor. The fairly generic homepage shows up instead of the individual pages in Google searches. We can get the individual page to appear in a long tail search, say, for argument's sake, round wooden clothes drying rack. So my thought is maybe I should just combine both of these pages into one page that will hopefully be more powerful. I think he's hit the nail on the head. He said we would have to set up the on-page optimization to cover both clothes and laundry drying rack, but that seems possible. Please share your thoughts. Is this a good idea or a bad idea? Is there another solution?
Well, I just did a search for laundry drying rack, and Google holds the keywords that you were searching for. So I did a search for laundry drying rack, and clothes drying racks are bolded within search engine results. So my guess is that those 2 are very, very close synonyms, and you probably shouldn't pay that much attention.
He has actually combined it already.
Oh,
the laundry drying rack details page redirects to the clothes drying rack main, so I think he has taken action on it already.
So I think it is okay to merge them. No, Jim?
Yeah, I'm just replying to Tim Capper on the SEOquestions.com site. Apparently he got cut off because he had a power cut. And so no doubt he's talking to us from his mobile. Okay. We still have you two guys left. At least we've still got the three of us. We've got a chance of getting these done. Okay. All right. Sorry. 37 is the question. Another question from Dave Elliott. Is there any point in updating all of my other Google Analytics accounts to Universal? He said, I've had to install Universal Analytics onto a site basically because my tag manager instructions were written for Universal Google Analytics. He said, I've had a quick look around and I have a question. Is there any point in updating all of my other Google Analytics account to Universal? I see so few differences in the interface or the data collected, I just don't see the point. Enlighten me, people. This is a question for Alistair. Unfortunately, I didn't. I should have put it closer to the start of our hangout. How about you? Yeah, I have no experience, but do you guys have some knowledge of this?
No.
No, Dave. I'm sorry for letting you down. Pardon?
I'm pretty sure Micah would know this, right?
Micah too, yes, but Micah's currently in the Philippines.
Oh.
We won't see Micah next week either, but after that he should be back. Dave Elliott, I wish we could give Dave a better answer because he's does such a phenomenal job in our community and answering questions. I wish I'd picked up that this question was tailor-made for Alistair Lattimore, and I apologise, Dave Elliott, for letting you down. Okay, I'd ping Alistair. Anyway, question 38. Carter Lemire asks, it may be a dumb SEO question, but can someone explain this to me? He said, I have an SEO question. The other day I was doing keyword research and came across a website with very low traffic, 50 to 60k visitors per month. Bugger me, Carter, 50 to 60k visitors a month. I don't see that as very low traffic, but I guess that depends on your viewpoint. Anyway, it was ranking at #1 in the search engines, while the site below it received 1 million visitors per month. He says, it may be a dumb SEO question, but can someone explain this to me? Thanks. Well, I guess he's asking, why is the second site with 1 million visitors and why is a site with low traffic ranking #1?
Well, maybe the second site ranks for more queries than the first site.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're looking at a search engine result, you're looking at the set of pages that Google has selected. There's no inkling that the page that's selected and displayed by Google in the search engine results page, how many other friends it has back at the ranch. There might be 10 million pages for that site, but the 1 million visitation for the page that you see in the Google search engine result page are not necessarily for that particular page, they are for the entire site. So a site with a lot more pages obviously is going to have a lot more traffic. Okay, I see Edwin nodding. which is a signal to me that we can move on to the next. And we're going to get there. We've got 10 questions to go and 6 news items. Oh, God. Help me. Get me now. Yasser Mohammed, who's been a loyal friend of SEO Questions. Yasser asks, what's the best social share bar for my WordPress website blog that will not drastically increase load speed of my website? He said, I was using Share This, but recently had some work done to increase load speed and was told to ditch it as it was slowing everything down. Exactly. It is a heavy item. We actually wrote a stripped down version of Share This to replace it back in the days when we had traffic.
Do you have experience with Buffer, Jim?
Experience with which one?
Buffer, if I'm pronouncing that correct.
Viffer?
They have the, they have the social bar for WordPress, no?
I thought Viffer was a professional poker player, not quite in the top echelon, but skirting around the fringes. That's the only Viffer I know. Okay, yes. Actually, Edwin, could you add a link to Viffer to the SEOquestions.com site? So that
Buffer.com. That's quite popular. Popular plugin, no?
Look, I don't know it, but I mean the list of things I don't know would fill an encyclopedia. All right.
I don't have experience with it, but I'm sure Rob Wagner used it. So.
Isn't it a sort of where you publish things rather than? No, I suppose you can. I suppose you can click on that and then decide to share with whatever platform you use. Is that how it works? Just curious, because if you have Share This, for example, what you do is then you can sort of share directly to a particular network, right? So if you click on a button, then it takes you to that service, and you can share whatever the page or whatnot using that service. Whereas I think with Buffer, you go through Buffer, and so it's an additional. Isn't there an additional layer?
It's more than just a bar, as far as I know.
Yeah,
you get
I think. Yeah, I think quite a few people use it. So
Anyway, by the way, Mr. Yonk, Buffer app. That's. I'm sorry. My apologies. I mean, it's not your fault. It wasn't your pronunciation. It's just that I'm half deaf. Anyway, look, just by way of explanation, Mr. Yonk, this evening we decided that Daniel would hit up the queue times because, as you know, the last few weeks we've been having so much trouble with bandwidth. And so Daniel was all set up to put the queue times in, and almost at the moment that we opened our public broadcast tonight, Daniel had a power outage in his suburb, and so that couldn't happen. So none of our questions tonight have queue times attached. But I'll, as soon as I wake up tomorrow, I'll re-listen to this hangout and insert the queue times. We've also got an enhancement that came from a post from Mark Trapagan regarding a Hootsuite usage of. Let me explain. We've been trying to get away when you paste the notifications in a thread on the SEO Questions community. We wanted to be able to tag that person so they'd get not only get that notification that you leave them, but they'd also get a notification from Google Plus to alert them that the update was there. And we were putting their name in, plus their name, and their actual Google Plus name. And because Google Plus uses a wizard, it just simply wasn't working. It was just sitting there as those letters with a plus sign, the same as when somebody is blocked. But Hootsuite have this hack which we copied shamelessly, and that is to use plus and the digits like the actual user ID rather than the name. And when you cut and paste the user ID in digits into a comment, when that comment is saved, Google Plus will convert that to the name tag and notify them. And so, unfortunately, yeah,
that's nice.
But
I didn't knew that. I knew that if you copy paste it, then the name didn't get a link. But if this worked, that's great.
Yeah, it's worked and we've tested it, and you'll see it actually in your WE Yonk button in your panelist report there. And you can trial it, but of course I wouldn't leave it there because the person that's well, you could probably do it for the first question. Wouldn't hurt to do it for the very first question because at least they'll match up. But all the ones after that, we'll have to wait until I wake up in the morning. All right. Aman Rizwan in question 40 asks, I was approved for Adsense 5 days ago and I added code on my text site. What should I do? He says click-through ratio is 1.1% overall. The CPC is as low as 0.25 and varies from, on other pages varies from 0.01 to 0.14. And his traffic is 3,500 unique visitors according to Google Analytics. What should I do? I think all he can do is wait. Because with 3,500 if you're not doing 10,000 impressions a day, you're not going to get the attention from the publishers. You're only going to get the lower order advertisers, and of course the lower order advertisers pay a lower order price. If you've got some way of alerting someone to target your site with ads, that's one way to improve your CPC. What do you guys think? Is there anything else we can tell Aman?
Well, experiment. I mean, there are A/B experiments that you can conduct on Adsense now. Try different ad placement. See if on text only or image only works better than allowing both. There's quite a few things that a man can do. The CTR 1.1 is not bad, I think, and a CPC of 25 US cents, that's not bad either. I
have to apologise, Masataki, too. We've had so many questions where we didn't have the relevant expert here. I just naturally assumed we didn't, but I forgot. You are a top contributor on the Adsense community.
Yeah, but I think generally speaking, I think, and you're right. I mean, there are a few things that you can do, right? So there's one thing you can try to do is to increase the CTR, so that even if the other metrics remain the same, if more people are clicking on ads, you're going to make more money. The other thing that you can try to do is to increase the CPC. So even if the CTR remains the same, you'll be earning more money. Obviously, you want to increase both. But as I said, CTR of 1.1% I don't think is bad at all. And it depends what he means by text site. But 0.25, I mean, 25 US cents, as I said, I don't think is that bad.
And because he says he has a tech site, maybe the visitors are pretty tech savvy, have bloggers, or are used to not click on that. So
yeah, I can't remember.
If for tech sites the click-through rate is lower than normal, I think Brent Wilson mentioned that he had a site for Linux, and the traffic came, but the click-through rate was so low that he stopped.
Yeah, and of course the biggest thing is you can increase the number of visitors. That's going to increase your earnings as well. Even if the CTR and the CPC remain the same. So yeah, I mean you try to want to do all those things, and I think there's certain things that are easier to achieve to a certain point. Beyond which it might be very difficult. I think you can try to increase the CTR a bit, but you're not going to be able to increase it a huge amount. You're not going to have a CTR of 50%. Again, the CPC, I think you can try to improve that, but I think there's a limit because it is determined by the ad market. So in that sense, I think the traffic is probably the one that you can increase the most potentially. And it may be easier, relatively speaking, to the other factors. And I don't think the CTR is particularly high. I don't have it off my head, but was it AdWords or Adsense? It might have been AdWords. They published basically the CTR for different ad sizes and so on and so forth. And it was pretty low, but then obviously a site may have multiple ad units, so people are not going to click on multiple ads if there are multiple ads on a page. So you have to take that into consideration. But still, I think 1.1% is not bad at all.
Okay. Somehow or other, I had something fixed in my mind that we had 49 questions. We don't. We have 41. I don't know why I thought that, but anyway, we have reached the end of our questions, and now we proceed to our news community, as well as the SEO questions community. We have an SEO news community on Google+, and in it we place items of interest which we find around the web through the week, and discuss them here every Thursday night. First one tonight is a post by you, Mr. Yonk. Do keywords matter in Google's Hummingbird world? Many webmasters wish that keyword research is dead, and they do have a point when you look at Hummingbird. However, it is not. And there are a couple of points made. All words in a query are now important. Remove the terms keyword density and keyword architecture. Keywords are still an integral part of content strategy. Keywords need to be employed in a natural way, solving their targeted audience problems, addressing their issues, and enriching their lives. You do wax lyrical sometimes, Mr. Young.
Those are quotes.
Quotes from the article. Okay,
Yeah.
I see. And you also quoted Rob Wagner, who's left us. So I was hoping to have a chat with Rob Wagner after our hangout. Okay, what do we have to say about this? Do keywords matter in Google's Hummingbird world? What the frigging hell is Hummingbird? If anyone's talking about it, I have no idea. I remember I bought a refurbished computer once, and I checked the disk, and it had something like, oh no, that's why I checked the disk, because when I looked for a part from Dell for it and quoted the ID, it came back and it said that the server was owned by Halliburton, you know, the Black Ops Dirty Tricks corporation, which makes a lot of money out of waging war on people. And so I went to recover the deleted data on the hard drive, but the only thing on it was a thing called Hummingbird. And so maybe that's the grand, because this was long before Hummingbird was mentioned by Eric Schmidt. Maybe Halliburton sold Hummingbird to Google. Anyway, that's another rumor I've started. Totally groundless. All right, do keywords matter in Google's Hummingbird world?
Well, Hummingbird is something of a pretty major update, mainly under the hood by Google. They changed the engine, but it also understands the relationship between different queries better. So, for example, if you say your query is how old is Obama, you get an answer about how old he is. I don't know how old he is. And then you type in a new query, how tall is he? And then you get that Google understands that with he, you mean Obama. 1 second, please.
Okay.
So many people thought like, oh, Google is now so smart, I don't have to worry about keywords anymore, or I don't have to do any keyword research. And I think that's a misconception. I think keywords are still important.
No, I would agree that the old like nothing has really changed. The old rules still apply.
Yeah, we had that former question about laundry drying rack and clothing drying rack. Google merged those two together, so you don't have to worry as much as once would do by making separate pages, making sure that all the keywords are in there. Like a decade ago, people were advised to, if they want to do localized, then they should mention all their towns or their regions where they work, and I don't think that's effective anymore either.
Yeah. Okay, so shall we say we can consider this news item covered?
Yep.
Okay. Next one is another one found by you. It was new data shows that brands on Facebook can soon expect no organic reach at all. Miranda Miller said, sadly, this is not surprising, but it still sucks. Paying to reach even your own fans will become the new norm. Just when you thought that Facebook had not stooped low enough, they come out with a demonstration of how much lower than they can go. I must say, Mr. Yonk, the Facebook page that you are running for the Dumb SEO Questions community is still continuing to send us traffic.
Ah, that's nice. Let's see how many likes we have. We still have 5 likes. So
No,
maybe
I don't
it's a
have
secret of Facebook. Don't have likes.
I don't have a Facebook account. Otherwise, I'd jump on and like it. Do you have a Facebook account, Masataki?
Oh yes, and I think of the 5, 2 are essentially me. I liked it as myself, and I liked it as my Facebook page.
I liked with Dumb SEO Questions shopshapes.media from Australia. That must be a great company.
ShopSafe is, of course it is. I mean, we've been around longer than Google. We're older than Google and twice as trustworthy.
Yeah. And I was a little bit surprised that there were 2 posts from 2012.
Posts, where were the posts? On Facebook?
Yeah. I assume this is you.
I don't think we ever had a Facebook. I mean, I know I've got a personal. I had a. Oh no, that's not me. That's Elliot. Elliot is ShopSafe Media. His domain is shopsafe.co.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Elliot has a Facebook account, but no, not me. Okay. All right. Well, there's not much more we can say about Facebook, is there?
No, I have no experience. It was an interesting read, but I don't have much experience with Facebook.
The question is then, is it really worth it for the companies to pay to reach the people who have liked the company, or is it going to be worthwhile? I think that's a serious question, in the sense that I suppose it's a revenue stream for Facebook, but then if they overcharge, I mean, businesses are saying, well, no, we're not going to invest in Facebook. I mean, in terms of having a page and conducting campaigns and putting like us on Facebook, on the campaigns, on television, newsprint, things like that. I mean, because many companies have done that. If you watch TV adverts, they say, oh, like us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter, and people might do that and like it on Facebook, but if you can't reach those people later unless you pay.
Yeah, but I guess that they would have means of measuring and seeing whether there's a return on their investment. I mean, there is no doubt that Facebook has a lot of users. So, so certainly on a number of my clients' sites, we've encouraged them to have Facebook pages because their businesses suited that model, and certainly I see from the stats that Facebook is driving them traffic, and it's good traffic. It's traffic which converts into dollars. Sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I think you're right in that, because I think Facebook has a huge potential because it has so much information about people, so you can target quite specific demographic targets, right? It could be gender, it could be age group, it could be, I suppose, income brackets, things like that. So I think if it can be very useful. It can be very profitable. The question is, do people have enough know-how to do that, especially if you like the smaller businesses? And now this process of having to pay for exposure, companies will want to make sure that they're targeting the right people who are going to bring them sales and conversions. So I think it's going to be interesting, because I think people really have to understand their Facebook followers and make sure that they target the right sections. So when they have to pay, because otherwise you might be spending quite a lot of money at the wrong target, and that's not going to work out.
Yeah. I mean, I think I remember in one of our news roundups not so long ago, we covered a clip, a recording in which the guy was complaining about the lack of engagement from paid campaigns on Facebook, and on closer inspection, he found that 80% of the traffic that he'd paid for had come from third world click farms. Do you guys remember that, or did I dream that?
No, there were. I'm not so sure whether it was posted in the news community, but there have been a few. I think that's the one in, was it a businessinsider.com, in which there's someone who paid quite a lot of money. Was it about something like $65,000 or something like that? And then he found out that I think it was generic Facebook ads that he showed in people's accounts, and then those were being clicked by click farms. In a sense, I think in an attempt, I think, to fool the Facebook's anti-fake account algorithm. So you click on certain things to make it look as though they're genuine users. And there's a video clip by someone who basically made that argument, saying that Facebook is, in a sense, benefiting from the fake accounts that are...
Well, there are different ways to advertise on Facebook, I think.
Yeah.
You can push it out to the people that like your page, or you can set it broader and have more likes.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a certain overlap, because, I mean, the like farms, if you like, what they do is they will not, they will not only like the pages of the client, but they also like other legitimate pages in order to make it look as though they are genuine accounts.
Yeah,
Does that make
push, as far as I understand, you can have two kinds of campaigns. One to raise the likes for your page. I want to have more to a specific website, for example. And if you do the first one to have more likes, that will be clicked by click farms. The second one is only sent to the people that like your page, or the friends that like the page. So then that is quite narrow. What you first need likes to set up the second advertisement campaign. So,
well, but that's the problem, isn't it? Because if the click farm, the like farms are liking pages at random to fool the detection, then you'd be targeting these people because they've liked your page. So there's a sort of vicious.
Yeah, and it hurts your second. It hurts the other. If you have a campaign for your website on Facebook, that will be hurt too, because those click farms, they will see that ad too, and so.
Yeah, and then that means that there is relatively fewer instances of engagement, which would reduce the likelihood of exposure to further audience, including those who have liked your page. So, yeah, it's not. I think there is a sort of a very serious and insidious problem with how Facebook's working in certain aspects.
Yeah, especially with the like, because you it's all around those likes. That's messy, I think.
Yeah.
Let's hope
so,
Google Plus does it differently.
we shall see. I think to quote Mr. Mars,
Yeah,
we'll see.
we will see.
No, I think you've got to get the right inflection on that. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the one, Jim.
You've got to have the right application of sinister.
Yeah, it's smoked for 40 years then.
All right. Well, Mark Zuckerberg, that's your lot. We're moving on to the next question. This is one that I posted. It was regarding another significant blog post from SEO rockstar AJ Cohn. It's regarding knowledge graph optimization. I shared it to Elliot, and we'll certainly take on board whatever AJ has to say. Did you guys have a look at the article?
Yes, I did, and it's a really good article, like always.
Yeah.
But you need to read it more than once. At least I need to read it more than once.
It is becoming significant, though. The map section and knowledge graph and so on. It's becoming really, really significant and useful. So much so that I think eventually the consumer, if you're not set up for this stuff, the consumer is going to wonder why you're not showing for it if they do a search for you, and you may actually appear less credible if you haven't gone to the trouble of setting yourself up for it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that Freebase was so powerful. Do you use Freebase, Jim?
No.
But Freebase has been influential because it's one of the, alongside Wikipedia, I think Freebase is one of the few sites that are specifically mentioned in the Google documentation on knowledge graph. So,
I think they were also on Google I/O last year. There were also talk about Freebase.
So yeah, I mean, if you can get things on Freebase, do. I think that's. I think that would be a sensible advice.
Yeah, and quite famous companies messed up, like Foursquare. They do have a Google Plus account in Freebase, but the rest is all empty. So they're not showing that nice as for StumbleUpon, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's more information on Freebase compared to Google Plus.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for being away. The battery on my headset went flat.
All right. Do you guys use Wikipedia? Do you use Wikipedia? I know the crowd on Wikipedia is always that nice, especially if you write about your own company, right?
Don't know if you can hear me, guys, but I just got a notification here that the video ended because of a server error.
Same here.
Okay. But looking up at the, I see that there was still got the live button up there. So maybe the error message was confused. We lost Masataki. We lost him altogether. Maybe they ended Masataki, Mr. Yonk.
He would cause the server error.
Okay. I've forgotten what I was talking about. Actually, we were talking about the knowledge graph optimization, but no, it's gone. So let's move on to the next. This was good. This was a great article from Joshua Berg. How Google Plus SEO affects posts and search rank. Google Plus SEO 2014. How does engagement affect the ranking authority of individual Google Plus posts? It makes 5 points. Mystery of the social media's post ranking roller coaster. Google Plus content changes authority with the flow of the stream. Don't follow that, but anyway. In search of the elusive Google Plus post authority source, G Plus Rocket Boost gets pages seen, but then the pages must carry it. He said a few select influencers who have already expressed interest in this story have been notified. If you, yes, okay. And then there's a link to the Real Smo, realsmo.com. How Google Plus SEO affects search rank. Yeah, this was a good article. It was really heavy. I first saw it on Saturday afternoon. Had a good look at it on Sunday. I thought it was a good article. What do you think, Mr. Yonk?
I did read the beginning, but I didn't finish it, Jim. But it's really a good article. I bookmarked it. So.
Apparently, there's more to come. I saw on a comment on Google Plus, Joshua talking to the person we were talking about earlier this evening. We were talking about Al Remich, and he said Joshua Berg said in a comment, I was trying to give you a hint that I had some news that was coming, but then you went off and launched another tirade, and he said something cryptic like, what if what you're looking for is not what you think it is, or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but so it seems the news just keeps getting worse and worse for Al Remich. I suppose Joshua Berg's article is going to point out another of Al's mistakes, but of course we knew that already. All right, moving on from Joshua Berg's article, because you guys haven't done your homework. We have another post from W.E. Yonk, why SEOs still focus on backlinks. This was a link to a good article on the Data Marketeer, which of course is written by our favourite Micah Fisher-Kirshner. He said SEOs are still focusing on links. Why? Because it matters most. Links still play a huge part in Google's algorithms. Historically, Google became big with PageRank, and SEOs adapted strategies to boost their PageRank, and it is hard to change. numerical data. One can count links and get the numbers quite easily, which can be presented to the client or the community. That was the start of it. Which of us, how many of us have read Micah Fisher-Kirshner's article? Hands up. Go ahead, Mr. Young.
Well, I read it as old habits die hard. Basically, that's what Micah is saying. We are used to boost to work with PageRank. It's easy to our clients. We can say, well, you have a PageRank of XYZ.
Yeah.
That's my take on it.
Well, you know, I mean, I think a telling statement. Links still play a huge part in Google's algorithm. Exactly right. I mean, all the old rules still apply. The only people who are missing out are those that have been, you know, gun shy. You know, Matt Cutts has said something, and all the sheep will run a mile. Nothing has really changed. The basics are still there. You know.
Yep.
I think I'm thinking
both sides do that, right? Google still uses PageRank. It's an important factor, and yeah, SEO is optimized for it. So.
Yep.
And I like that Micah also put in a little thing about that people tell their war stories on communities and other social media, like I'm better than you thing.
Okay. Edwin, would you mind adding the link to Micah's site? It's the Data Marketeer, which is micahfk.com, which of course is an abbreviation for Micah Fisher-Kirshner. And his blog is in a folder, Data-Marketeer. And it's why SEOs still focus backlinks with hyphens all between it. But if you would put that link on the SEOquestions.com site, I'll be able to find that by going to this question. All right. Well, no, we don't have a next. Did I miss a news item then? No, I didn't. Well, I don't know how we got through all of those tonight. I have no idea. By the way, I see that we still have viewers, and you know, I just wanted to say thank you so much for supporting us. It's the fact that you are watching us make what we do worthwhile, and it's really something to me. I tell you what is something to me. We're just about to hit 10,000 members of the SEO Questions community. I don't know if we tipped over the edge tonight. Did we, Mr. Young?
Checking. A couple of
We're
weeks
16
ago,
short, I think.
on circle count, you can estimate it. And I think it was April. I checked it in December, and I think Circle Count estimated that we would reach 10,000 in April somewhere.
Well, we're ahead of time, Circle Count. We're way ahead of you. This is now the middle of March. I don't think it's going to take us 14 days to get another 16 members. So it took us 13 months to get to 5,000. That must mean it's taken us 7 months to get our next 5,000. Okay. While we're looking at stats, I'll jump onto YouTube and see what our analytics tell us. Sorry to take so long.
Oh, the simulation is... Oh, that's a weird prediction. Maybe the share the link.
Okay, so we're up to 138,442 viewed minutes, which is the equivalent of somebody watching us continuously for 96 days and 3 hours. We've had 17,003 viewers. We've had 10 dislikes, thank you, Ashley. 190 likes, 234 comments, 75 shares, 7 added to favourites, and we still haven't really set any records with subscribers. We've got 149. Well, that's cool. I mean, that's a whole lot more than we expected to get.
Indeed. I was just checking on Circle Count. They estimated on April 19th we reach almost 50,000. Yes. That's a weird simulation, isn't it?
They might know something that we don't, Mr. Young.
Yeah, maybe if you reach 10,000, you get pushed. I don't know.
Yeah, the graph looks steeper, doesn't it, after reaching 10,000? Quite interesting.
I must have a look at what you're looking at.
I shared a link in the chat.
Ah, did you now? Okay. It says community rank 911. Does that mean of all of the communities on Google Plus, of which there must be millions, we're 911?
I think so.
Yeah, that looks that simulation. It sort of looks more like a Picasso, doesn't it? Who was the guy that painted it in geometry?
Mondrian.
Okay. Do you notice the
Mondrian,
new? Thank you, Mr. Young.
Yeah, he's Dutch.
They're all Dutch. It's amazing that you've got such talented people in a small country, and you've got so many people. By the way, did you see how we subtly changed the name of our community on Google? It's in the chat.
Trusted by whom?
Well, you see, that came about because somebody was asking whether they should scrap their domain or they should try to rehabilitate the domain they have. And a person I greatly respect, my respect is unbounded, John Mueller, said that you should perhaps take advice from a community you trust. I thought, since John doesn't spend any time on our community, I imagine he was referring to another community. But anyway, I changed the name to Dumb SEO Questions, the trusted SEO community, because I think it's fair to say that we are trusted, given that we've got 10,000 members, or nearly, almost.
There were a couple of Googlers that are members, and some of them replied, I think.
Oh yeah, we do, and also we have no, we still do, and Pelagic often gives an answer.
Yeah, he does.
You know, he or she. You know, how do you know the gender of Pelagic?
Yeah, it's a shark, so I don't know. Do you look at the nose or the teeth? I don't know.
Not sure. But given Pelagic's depth of knowledge and finger on the pulse ability, I'd say Pelagic is way up there in .co.uk land. But that's about as much as we know. All right. Should we terminate our broadcast?
Yes.
Okay. To those of you still watching us, thank you very, very much for watching us. We'll be back at the same time next week, and we really do thank you for spending the time with us. Okay, so we will stop the broadcast now.